Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 2773. Another half a year had passed. During this year, Long Chen and the Dragon Emperor had been busy. Now, they had almost found suitable inherited blood essence for these millions of people. Because almost everyone was a dragon martial artist, the total amount of inherited blood essence did not change. Some of the dragon martial artists had already integrated with the origin dragon soul and became a real divine dragon, possessing power comparable to or even beyond ordinary gods. Of course, they were only young dragons. Next, they only needed to slowly familiarize themselves with the new inheritance essence blood and comprehend the Tao and rules within it in the coming days. For ordinary warriors, this naturally took a long time. Therefore, there were not many people who could meet the requirements and begin to integrate with the origin dragon soul every day. This huge task had been handed over by Long Chen to the Dragon Emperor and those who had become true dragons. After a year, Long Chen was finally free. On the side of the 5 major dragon cities, almost everyone had changed their appearance. In the future they would become stronger step by step. They were full of gratitude for all this. At the thought of the millions of true dragon army in the future, almost everyone was extremely excited. They were all terrifyingly powerful. In the future, they would definitely be able to rebuild the dragon sacrificial continent and make it the new #1 in the myriad of worlds. Meanwhile, Long Chen guarded in front of the golden door all day long. He did not use the Eye of Hope to open the door. He was afraid that it would affect Lingxi. After all, it would take a lot of energy for Long Qinglan to change the time in the room. Once he was interrupted, he was afraid that it would end. Once Lingxi comes out, I'm afraid it will be time for my father to leave. He was a little melancholy. Long Qinglan's departure meant that he would disappear for eternity. Although he said that he might be able to bring him back to life. When would that happen? The two of them were destined to use different methods to sacrifice their lives and shed their blood for the same future. Long Chen was very glad that he was shouldering the same mission as his father. He was no longer the same person he was many years ago in Baiyang Town, Yuanling City, and the dynasty of God Wushu Sage, or the 3 imperial regions. Back then, he might have been young and arrogant, but now he was a leader who ruled over a realm. He was the hope of the dragon sacrifice and the guarantee for the survival of trillions of people. He was the last legacy of the divine dragon clan. He had just reached the great essence divine realm. In terms of realms, he might not even be as good as the Dragon Emperor and the others. Long Chen, he's probably going to leave soon. Once he does, we can't waste any more time. We'll transfer the origin dragon soul to your divine kingdom. Are you ready? One day, Tai Su and the other dragon attendants appeared by his side. Now that a year had passed, only a day had passed in the dragon sacrificial continent. However, once time was synchronized, Divine Emperor Di Jun would arrive faster. All right. Long Chen was ready. The journey had begun. At this moment, the golden door in front of him opened, and Lingxi walked out of it in a daze. After seeing Long Chen, she whispered, "Why is he gone?" "He's gone." Long Chen was very sensitive to time. In the instant that Lingxi opened that door, the time inside and outside had synchronized. Long Qinglan had returned to a time that belonged to him 100,000 years ago. Perhaps this would be their eternal farewell. I've passed 10 years. But she's still not born. But soon. Now, her lower abdomen had swelled up quite a bit. After all, she was a child with the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Before the epoch, the ancestral dragons had never raised offspring. However, it usually took a certain amount of time for deities to breed offspring. Considering their long lives, it wasn't too long since this little life was born. It seemed that the speed of her growth had been slowing down. Long Chen estimated that her birth would come later than he had imagined. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry. After 10 years of cultivation, Lingxi had changed. I've cultivated a total of 5 types of heavenly rules. I've reached the primordial godly king realm. Chen, I can help you now. Although she was connected to Long Chen through the 3 lifetimes thread, she couldn't see what was happening on Long Chen's side. She didn't even know about the essence blood inheritance. 5 types. Roughly 1 every 2 years. In other words, it was very likely that Lingxi would be able to cultivate all 18 types of heavenly rules and reach the God Emperor realm in just over 20 years. This was much faster than the growth of an ultimate mystical dragon. Long Chen was really happy for her. She must have put in a lot of effort to do these things, which was why she was rewarded today. The other dragon servants stood at the side, looking at the empty room with reverence. It was as if he had always been their leader. For the sake of his dream of resurrection, he had been the first to give his all to create Long Chen. The golden door closed slowly and disappeared. The room no longer existed. Long Chen, let's begin, Tai Su said. I'll tell you about the other things in detail. I have something to do first. Long Chen hugged Lingxi and let her return to the God Nation. From today onwards, Lingxi would be one of the strongest people by his side. Be it Ling Su's sword Dao or heavenly rules, she would be able to display shocking battle strength that far surpassed Di Yao. As for what Long Qinglan had given to Lingxi, no one knew. Perhaps even the dragon servants didn't know. Long Chen followed the 6 dragon servants out of the Origin Dragon Palace and floated above it. From the outside, the Golden Palace looked majestic, bright, and boundless. It was an Origin-grade destinable immortal treasure. If Long Chen could use it in the future, its power would be terrifying. Of course, its most important task now was to protect the Origin Dragon soul. In the 10,000 worlds of gods and demons, not many can open the sealed Origin Dragon Palace. After saying this, the dragon servants who were once in the half-ancestor realm started to control it. First, they shrunk the Origin Dragon Palace. Long Chen knew that the arrival of the Origin Dragon Palace in his god nation would definitely cause a huge change. Therefore, he told the dragon martial artists to protect themselves and stopped cultivating. It began. The 6 dragon servants were positioned in 6 different directions outside the Origin Dragon Palace. They started chanting and opened their arms. They formed countless complicated mystical dragon symbols on the Origin Dragon Palace. Under their control, the Origin Dragon Palace was indeed weakening. They weren't the true controllers of this miraculous Origin-grade destinable treasure. However, they could use their bloodline connection to give the first ancestral dragon to slightly control the Origin Dragon Palace. Of course, to them back then, an Origin-grade destinable immortal treasure might not be considered much. They had sufficient techniques and might. The scene was undoubtedly grand. Eventually, the Origin Dragon Palace shrunk to the size of a room. However, its majestic might didn't change at all. It was still awe-inspiring. Get ready, Tai Su and the others reminded. Long Chen opened the God Nation to welcome the arrival of the Origin Dragon Palace. In an instant, the Golden Palace flew towards Long Chen. At the same time, it was the hatred and mission of the mystical dragon race. Long Chen's blood boiled as he accepted it. Boom! The Origin Dragon Palace entered his God Nation and landed towards the center of the continent. Finally, it suppressed this vast land. At the start, there didn't seem to be any changes. However, all of a sudden, the entire God Nation started to change. The continents were constantly expanding. In an instant, the territory doubled. As time passed, the entire world was changing. The God Nation was constantly shaking. As for Long Chen, he was like a bystander watching everything. However, he was excited. The millions of people in the God Nation were also excited. Although they didn't know what was happening. For the time being, Long Chen hadn't told them about his shocking plan to transfer the entire dragon sacrificial continent into the God Nation. They watched as the world in the God Nation surpassed the eternal God domain and continued to expand. It was like a completely real world. Now, they didn't feel like they were living in a God Nation. Is that the Origin Dragon Palace? The Origin Dragon Palace has entered his God Nation. Now they could see that as the Origin Dragon Palace expanded, the world was expanding as well. It was as if the Origin Dragon Palace was expanding this place. The might of an Origin-grade destinable artifact was evident. Several days passed. Every day was a shocking change. Until the Origin Dragon Palace in everyone's eyes became the size of the outside world. Long Chen's God Nation was also expanded to the size of half of the dragon sacrificial continent. This vast and boundless world was a real world to everyone. It was no different from the dragon sacrificial continent outside. Moreover, with the suppression of the Origin Dragon Palace, the level of the world here surpassed the dragon sacrificial continent under the suppression of the eternal bright stone. At the same time, the Origin Dragon Palace was connected to the outside world and could absorb the vast energy of the entire world to provide for the cultivation of the dragon warriors. A new world. The millions of dragon warriors were shocked. This God Nation has actually become a real huge world. It's even better than the current dragon sacrificial continent. Heavens, I feel that even if I don't cultivate, my power seems to be increasing rapidly. It was done. Long Chen was naturally very satisfied with this new world. In the future, he would bring this new world and the trillions of lives to roam the world and find what belonged to the Dragon God clan. As for the old dragon's sacrificial continent, actually, it had already perished and was just struggling at death's door. Long Chen didn't want to abandon it. One day, he would bring the people back to rebuild their home. After all, this was their route. It's time to leave this place. Long Chen was ready. In these few days, he had also communicated with Lingxi. Now, Lingxi had a rough idea of the situation. What was he doing when you were cultivating? Long Chen asked. He just stood there without any movement. From the outside, it looked like Long Chen and the 6 dragon servants had left the ancient starry sky of the Origin Dragon Palace. Suddenly, Tai Su said, "There are still 3 godly kings suppressed in the Origin Dragon Palace." Chapter 2774. At this time, Long Chen just happened to come out of that starry sky. When he came out, that starry sky would probably disappear forever. That was a space opened by the ancestral dragons to protect the Origin Dragon Palace. 3 god kings. To be honest, Long Chen had been busy for a whole year and had really forgotten about them. They were still suppressed under the golden mountain of the Origin Dragon Palace. Now, he stood above the eternal god domain. Eastern Star region. He had to get rid of them. Now that he had reached the God Lord realm, and there were thousands of true dragons in his god nation, as well as Lingxi, Mo Xiaolang, and the others, he did not need to be afraid of the 3 god kings. Then I'll get rid of them. Long Chen rushed into the sky. He was still very cautious when doing things. Although he had the power to suppress the 3 godly kings, he was still worried that the godly kings would act in desperation. If they were to become ruthless and injure the ordinary creatures, that would be bad. If they were to attack, millions of people would die instantly. To me right now, every single person is precious. Soon, he arrived above the dragon's sacrificial continent. This was also the battlefield where he often fought. The eternal opal was not far away, but it was a pity that Long Chen could not take it. This belongs to God Emperor Di Jun. Even if I have a way to take it, I can't erase the traces on it. Taking it will only give them clues to chase me. Therefore, he gave up on the idea of this eternal chaos treasure. Below, the dragon's sacrificial continent was still the same. Of course, only one day had passed in the outside world. To everyone, Long Chen had just fought with God King Ink Desolation and disappeared for a day. Therefore, they were still very nervous. They roughly knew that Long Chen and the others had disappeared in the east of the eternal god domain. However, they knew that they were gods and would not disappear forever. They would suddenly appear. Therefore, many people were actually waiting and paying attention. The vast god nation in Long Chen's body was comparable to a world. Naturally, he couldn't let the 3 divine kings know about this world, nor could he let them inform Divine Emperor Jun in advance. Therefore, he ordered the dragon attendants to directly shake the 3 divine kings out. Now that the dragon attendants were outside, it wasn't really suitable for them to take action. Thus, Long Chen chose to personally take care of them. This could also be considered as putting an end to everything that had happened on the dragon's sacrificial continent. Before entering the Origin Dragon Palace, Long Chen had to face the suppression of the 2 great god systems. His heart was tied to the masses, and there was no way out. Now, Long Qinglan and the other dragon attendants had given him new hope and a new path. Rumble. After being suppressed for a year, the 3 godly monarchs were thrown out of the Origin Dragon Palace in a blur. They were also thrown out of the Divine Kingdom by Long Chen. After being suppressed for a year, they were still in a daze. Naturally, they could not see Long Chen's Divine Kingdom clearly. They basically thought that they would be suppressed forever. We're out. The 3 god kings were extremely shocked. There was 300 times the time inside and outside. Long Chen could totally stay inside for 70 years. Why did he choose to come out now? This was just the beginning. Could it be that he wanted to go against Divine Emperor Di Jun now? The 3 godly monarchs looked at Long Chen in unison. Long Chen didn't change much compared to a year ago. During this year, his main focus wasn't on cultivation. However, when they saw the smile on Long Chen's face and how everything was planned, the 3 godly monarchs were still very apprehensive when they recalled that he had already taken control of the Origin Dragon Palace. After all, since he had let them out, it seemed like he could control the overall situation. Starry Sky Divine King said furiously, "Long Chen, are you courting death? Let us out. If you want to suppress us again, you won't have the chance anymore." His explosive shout startled the heaven and earth once more, causing the trillions of living beings on the dragon sacrificial continent to become nervous once more. It turned out that the great battle really hadn't ended yet. God King Ink Desolation said solemnly, "Looks like you have some gains in the Origin Dragon Palace. But let me tell you, since you've come out, the God Emperor will be here in less than 3 months. Unless you can abandon the dragon sacrificial continent and escape, you have no other way out. If you leave, the eternal god race will definitely destroy this place completely, not leaving a single life behind. Furthermore, we will also stop you." He purposely wanted everyone to know about this matter. He wanted them to know that Long Chen was someone who wanted to abandon them and run away by himself. He wanted them to lose all hope in Long Chen. Given Long Chen's personality, he would definitely not be willing to leave this place. For a moment, the dragon sacrificial continent was in an uproar. Long Chen's faith was also being challenged. "You don't have to worry about this. I won't leave this place, nor will I leave them. As for how I will face God Emperor Di Jun and the eternal god race, it's none of your business. The 3 of you, continue with the previous battle. This time, I, Long Chen, will fight the 3 of you alone." Now, he could also be considered a god lord. The Origin Dragon Palace had changed his worldview and everything about him, allowing him to have a more robust future and the capital to build a huge army. However, it didn't change Long Chen's combat strength. In terms of combat strength, he was the ancestral dragon. No one could help him. He still needed to rely on himself to advance step by step. Fighting alone. It had only been a day. A day ago, Long Chen fought God King Ink Desolation alone, and the outcome was still undetermined. Now, he actually declared to fight 3 God Kings alone. On the dragon sacrificial continent, the trillions of living beings quietened down. Long Chen still made them feel at ease. It was just that the challenge this time was a little too big. Can he really succeed? Even if he succeeds, we have already offended the ancient gods and the eternal god race. Do we still have a way out? No one was a fool. In the era of gods, information spread too quickly. Then let's try. God King Space was already angry anyway. He had had enough of being suppressed under the Golden Mountain for a year. He was a dignified ancient deity, but he was actually toyed around by a little brat like Long Chen. In the end, he was reduced to such a miserable state. Boom. God King Space revealed his true form. A starry sky flood dragon that spanned across the heavens and earth appeared in front of all living beings. Every scale was like a shining star, like a heavenly river. Another huge beast, Ink Qilin, stood side by side with the galaxy serpent, in front of Long Chen. Light God King hid between the 2 monster gods. Since Long Chen declared to fight the 3 of them alone, they obviously didn't dare to be polite. In the Light God King's divine kingdom, the other gods were also cursing Long Chen. The battle began. On the dragon sacrificial continent, the people's hearts tightened again. I've heard too many secrets, too many truths, and seen too many inherited essence blood and origin dragon souls. It's as if I've transcended the ordinary level, and I've become a bit complacent. In fact, my current opponents are just deities, and they're only deity emperors. Long Chen understood. Rice had to be eaten bite by bite. The road had to be walked step by step. Although he had seen a bigger world, he still had to keep his feet firmly planted on the ground. Over-exaggeration would only destroy everything left behind by the mystical dragon tribe, the hard work of the dragon attendants, and the self that Long Qinglan had exchanged with his life. He began to try to forget the things he knew in the Origin Dragon Palace and focus on facing the 3 opponents. Then he attacked. Speed. In a flash. His opponents attacked too. The 3 God Kings attacked together, and the world exploded. Under the suppression of the Origin Dragon Palace, they were almost driven crazy. Stars God King. After Long Chen transformed into a God Lord, his speed was even more terrifying. He didn't even transform into his dragon form and fought the Stars Flood Dragon in his human form. At this moment, the Lingsu twin swords appeared in his hands. With a burst of power, he descended in front of the Stars Flood Dragon. To the Stars Flood Dragon, he was insignificant. Everyone watched nervously with widened eyes. Heaven's Retribution. The Lingsu twin swords exploded with two towering sword auras. To the star's flood dragon, it was just two insignificant sword auras, one gold and one black. He underestimated the power of Heaven's Retribution. Very soon, he discovered that even the starlight could not stop Heaven's Retribution. Even the astral dragon cave could not stop Heaven's Retribution. Heaven's Retribution slashed his flood dragon's head, leaving a wound. The star's flood dragon was about to laugh when he discovered that Long Chen's attack was too weak. Then he howled in pain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Everyone could clearly see that there were countless bloody holes on the star's flood dragon's body, causing him to bleed profusely. Now, he was completely covered in gold and black sword auras. Countless divine dragons triggered the power within his body to explode. In an instant, the star's flood dragon cried out in pain. With just one move, he returned to his human form. He was covered in blood and on the verge of death. Xingfeng. The radiant god king caught him. With just one move, the star's flood dragon was on the brink of death. If the radiant god king did not protect him, Long Chen's sword would have been enough to destroy him. Long Chen, your opponent is me. The ink qilin descended. At the same time, the ancient king cauldron appeared. He could finally use the ink qilin's body to use the ancient king cauldron. Its power was indeed much stronger. You have indeed grown much stronger. However, with such strength it would be easy for you to go against us. Any random great perfection realm god king would be able to take your life. The eternal god clan would not let you off either. You really have to think this through. If we hand over the origin dragon palace to you, at the very least, none of the trillions of living beings would harm them. God King Ink Desolation gave Long Chen one last chance. Without a word, Long Chen attacked with his sword. Time Rupture. This sword caused time to rumble, tearing out a long river. God King Ink Desolation was shocked. He hurriedly used the ancient king cauldron to block that sword. In that instant, a sharp sound shook the world. The ancient king cauldron trembled and shrunk. When it returned to God King Ink Desolation, it was already very small. Long Chen's time rupture did not hit God King Ink Desolation, but it caused the ancient king cauldron's power to collapse. The creation god power leaked out, making it hard for him to use it in the short term. So strong. God King Ink Desolation was stunned. In the past, he could use the ancient king cauldron to suppress Long Chen. Now it was destroyed. Moreover, time rupture had always been Long Chen's first step. Chapter 2775. The Source of Life. For the Tai Chi Spirit Dragon, his understanding of the Tao of Life was generally a bit stronger than the other 14. For example, the Flame of Life. Although he'd comprehended it before the 14th life formation, it was still extremely useful. After repelling the primordial king's cauldron, Long Chen used the Source of Life. Using the Source of Life in the form of the Supreme Ultimate Dragon would only make it stronger. God King Ink Desolation watched as the most important dragon head opened its mouth slightly. A green gem appeared in it, and then a terrifying suction force covered the sky and earth. Under this power, he, the mighty God King Ink Desolation, was completely imprisoned. In just a short moment, he'd lost countless lives. What's going on? Last time, he'd also faced the laws of Long Chen's Source of Life. Last time, it had been interrupted by the Taiji God. This time, it was even more violent and violent. In just a short moment, the Ink Qilin could clearly sense that he was rapidly weakening. He was losing his power, his life force. All of his life force was being sucked into the green life force in the Taiji dragon's mouth. What does it feel like to lose your life? You've always been good at dominating the lives of others and the lives of the common people. You think you're superior, but when I take control of your life, what are you thinking? Long Chen's voice rang out in God King Ink Desolation's ears. Long Chen, you won't have a good ending, God King Ink Desolation said in pain. God King Ink Desolation exclaimed in agony. Anyone who watched themselves age bit by bit at a speed visible to the naked eye would find it to be a nightmare. Even his strong body was starting to shrivel up at this moment. Radiant Grave. Suddenly, an astonishing gravestone crushed down on Long Chen. It was an external force, the ultimate manifestation of the radiant God King's power. Breaking through Long Chen's green tunnel and blocking the Source of Life was no problem. But Long Chen didn't plan on ending God King Ink Desolation's life so quickly. The radiant grave broke through the Source of Life, but it failed to harm Long Chen at all. Instead, it pulled Ink Qilin back from the jaws of death. Seeing God King Ink Desolation's current state, the radiant God King and the other gods in his divine kingdom gasped. Long Chen is actually this powerful. They were all scared. They weren't afraid of Long Chen's power, but they were afraid that he wasn't afraid of death. Now, even the Divine Emperor couldn't threaten him. If he went crazy and killed everyone, what would happen then? Back when they had returned to the dragon sacrificial continent, they had only known that this was a run-down place. There wouldn't be any gods coming here, and there wouldn't be any danger either. They had never imagined that there would be a situation like this. Use the eternal opal and kill him. In the divine nation, Di Yao screamed, her face pale. Yes, the eternal opal. They could still remember how they couldn't break through the divine star of destiny back then, but in the end, they succeeded with the eternal opal. The three god kings had no other choice. The two godly monarchs were severely injured and had been beaten back to their original forms by Long Chen. They were so weak that they had almost lost their lives. If they did not think of other methods, they would definitely die. Therefore, under Di Yao's reminder, they could only use the eternal opal. The three god kings joined forces and rushed towards the eternal incandescent stone with all their might. Down below, all living beings looked on. They could not see clearly, but through their conversation and analysis, it seemed like the three godly kings had suffered a crushing defeat without any suspense, and then they had to use the eternal opal. The previous time, the earth shook and the mountains swayed. It was truly terrifying. The three godly monarchs are really desperate now. Luckily, they didn't use us to threaten Long Chen. Otherwise they would be in trouble. I didn't expect Long Chen to become so strong after just one day. That's right. Back then, he left with the era Heavenly Devil. After returning, he could only be considered a minor character among the gods. His rise is truly terrifying. Can he block the attack of the eternal opal? He doesn't seem to be panicking. The living beings were extremely nervous because at this moment, the three godly kings had indeed reached the side of the eternal opal and were in formation. They were deeply shocked by how terrifying Long Chen was, and they planned to fight to the death. What made them feel the most fortunate was that Long Chen was too arrogant, and he still allowed them to control the eternal opal. Seeing Long Chen's relaxed attitude, hope was reignited in their hearts. Yes, use the eternal opal and blast him into pieces. Di Yao screamed at the top of her lungs. To be honest, she was too afraid. Every gaze from Long Chen made her tremble. She recalled what God King Wang Qing had said. Long Chen was the most monstrous youth in the entire myriad of worlds. Activate. The three godly kings were prepared to use up all their strength to kill Long Chen. They would not hesitate no matter what price they had to pay. The situation was dire, but Long Chen did not panic at all. He was still far away from the eternal opal. He had turned into his human form, and he looked at the three godly kings without moving. He had no intention of stopping them at all. Attack! Di Yao urged. Even if it was just a tiny bit of the eternal opal's power, it would be enough to kill Long Chen if it hit Long Chen directly. They were all very nervous and excited. The three godly kings were prepared to attack. At this moment, an extremely intense beam of light erupted from Long Chen's right eye. That beam of light shot into the sky and arrived before the radiant godly kings in a flash. The speed of light was unstoppable. Moreover, even the radiant godly kings did not care about this beam of light that had no offensive power at all. Heart's Eye of Desire. Long Chen was very willing to give it a try. He used the Eye of Desire to stab into the radiant godly king's heart of laws. He had experienced the attack of the Eye of Desire before, so he knew what the current radiant godly king felt like. It was a mysterious change, a kind of pressure. This was the law of desire and also the law of faith. Attack the two beside you. This was the order that Long Chen gave to the radiant godly king. At that moment, the radiant godly king could not control himself. He stopped activating the eternal opal and suddenly attacked. His palms landed on the two godly kings around him. The eternal opal that was about to activate suddenly stopped, and the two godly kings were heavily injured once again. In an instant, the three godly kings collapsed. What's going on? The radiant godly king woke up and could not believe his eyes. What are you doing? The gods in the divine nation were shocked. Of course, they did not know about the Eye of Desire. At this moment, Long Chen instantly changed his figure and appeared beside the heavily injured Godly King Ink Desolation and Godly King Starry Sky in the blink of an eye. He grabbed one with each hand. Under his powerful control, the two Godly Kings were dazed and could not move at all. "Leave them to me." Tai Su appeared beside Long Chen and took control of Godly King Ink Desolation and Godly King Starry Sky. Long Chen would deal with them later. In the end, his gaze landed on the radiant Godly King. Holding a sword in each hand, he charged towards the radiant Godly King. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. No one understood what had happened. However, they knew that the three Godly Kings had lost. In an instant, everyone cheered for Long Chen. The radiant Godly King did not know who Tai Su was, but he was terrifying. From the looks of it now, the three of them were definitely going to lose. "It's useless even if you kill the three of us. You can't break out of the hopeless situation of the dragon's sacrificial continent." "Is that so?" Long Chen charged forward and pierced through the radiant Godly King's divine body with heaven's punishment. The radiant Godly King was also heavily injured and on the verge of death. "Why don't you just kill us directly?" the radiant Godly King said angrily. Long Chen pointed his sword at the center of his brows and said, "I want to ask for someone from Yub." "Who?" "Di Yao." Long Chen's gaze was cold as he said those two words. The three Godly Kings' expressions changed drastically. That's right. Di Yao was still here. Their priority now should be to protect Di Yao. Impossible. The radiant Godly King shook his head furiously. He knew that Di Yao and Long Chen had a huge grudge. "If I kill you, I can still drag her out. The three of you have done nothing wrong to the dragon's sacrificial continent. I might not want to take your life, but if you stubbornly oppose me, I can kill you easily." Radiant Godly King, I'm not joking with you. You should know that. Long Chen was speaking the truth. Now that he knew the truth about the gods and demons, he knew that the three of them were actually gods of the primordial era. They were the ancestors of the people of the dragon's sacrificial continent now. They were just transformed by the sky-devouring clan. Their bloodline should still be there. However, if they didn't listen, then there was nothing he could do. "What do you want to do?" the radiant Godly King asked reverently. Long Chen thought about it. There was no need to hide it from him. At this moment, Lingxi appeared beside him. Long Chen had promised Lingxi that he would give her a chance to take revenge personally. Seeing Lingxi, the three Godly Kings couldn't help but widen their eyes. Long Chen told Lingxi to disguise herself a little. She was a pure immortal source body, so it wasn't that easy to see through her. He could only see that her strength was similar to Di Yao's. She once instigated the Godly King of Hell to attack Lingxi. Today, Lingxi will personally take revenge on her. Whether she lives or dies will depend on her own luck. "Di Yao, I know you can hear me. Come out, daughter of the Divine Emperor." Long Chen personally handed the Lingxu dual swords to Lingxi. Although she's pregnant and shouldn't move around, she's been too much of a bully and underestimated me. "Just this once," Lingxi said softly. "It's fine. She's nothing." Long Chen gave her the greatest encouragement. To be honest, it was Di Yao who had changed Lingxi. Now there should be a result. If she loses and Princess Di Yao wins, will you let the princess go, Long Chen? The radiant Godly King still persisted. "Let her go." Long Chen only said one word. However, the power of his words was different from Di Yao's. He always did what he said. The radiant Godly King knew that he had no room to bargain. Saying that was already Long Chen's limit. "Princess," before the radiant Godly King could finish, Di Yao had already charged over. She looked at Long Chen with her bloodshot eyes, then at Lingxi. She could not help but sneer. "Just you? You should piss off and go have children. Even if a lowly mortal like you becomes a god, you won't be able to get rid of your filthy bloodline. Long Chen must be blind to have actually taken a liking to you. I'll show him who's more suitable for him today." Chapter 2776. In the face of Di Yao's shrewish taunts and curses, Lingxi's expression didn't change in the slightest. She really wasn't angry at all, even though Long Chen, who was beside her, wanted to give this woman a good beating. Long Chen trusted Lingxi, so he stepped aside. However, he restrained the radiant God Kings. Now that he had complete control over the three heavily injured God Kings, he could end them once Lingxi was done. After all, the God Emperor had descended. They had to leave quickly. Lingxi floated in front of the pale-faced Di Yao. Her bright eyes stared at the agitated Di Yao. Between you and me, who is the true lowly one? Everyone can see that nobility doesn't come from your bloodline, but from your soul. You are dirtier than anyone else. So what if you're the God Emperor's daughter? Moreover, there has never been a situation where you or I are more suitable for him. From the start to the end, you have never had the right. If Lingxi had been polite to her, she would not have acted personally. Back in the Sky Supreme Sword Ocean, she had been defeated by Di Yao time and time again. Each battle was unforgettable. Later on, she finally knew who had forced her to this extent. It was Di Yao. Not only did she want to kill her mother and daughter, she wanted to steal her man. To any woman, this was a life-and-death feud. The person before her was indeed the person Lingxi hated the most since she was young, so she had to act personally. Now, she had a pure immortal source body and grasped 5 heavenly rules. However, Di Yao did not know this. She knew that Lingxi had just become a god. Long Chen was a monster, but Lingxi was definitely not. She obviously did not believe that everyone around Long Chen could be so heaven-defying. Since you're looking to die, I'll grant you your wish. She was enraged. Her white hair flew in the air like a demon. The more furious she was, the uglier she was. Compared to Lingxi, who was filled with spiritual qi and celestial qi, the greater the disparity. This was especially so after the 3 godly kings were defeated. Meanwhile, Long Chen watched silently from the side. Di Yao was so angry that she was about to explode when she saw the concern in Long Chen's eyes for Lingxi. If I, Di Yao, want something, there is nothing that I, Di Yao, cannot obtain. You lowly thing, I will make you understand that you are not qualified to compete with me. Di Yao screamed shrilly. Her words were fierce and vicious, causing everyone to sigh in amazement. As expected, when women fought, it was truly terrifying. Unfortunately, Lingxi was too lazy to argue with her. Di Yao flew over like a white whirlwind, holding the 9-star Emperor sword in her hand. At the same time, she displayed the Space Law, Blazing Sun Law, and Unruffled Law. Emotional injury. This was her first law of forgetfulness. The battlefield was completely enveloped by the law of emotional injury. This was a move that had once affected Long Chen's performance. Di Yao was confident that she could instantly finish off this arrogant woman, Lingxi. But when she attacked with her sword, she found that Lingxi was completely unmoved. Sad heavenly demise. Di Yao was shocked. She used an even stronger law of forgetfulness. This was what she had originally prepared to deal with Long Chen, but it was completely countered by Long Chen's destiny heavenly eye. Sad heavenly demise was an emotional law. It could cause one's emotions to fall to the bottom, completely lose their fighting spirit, and their combat strength would plummet. To be honest, such a law was extremely terrifying in the myriad worlds. If it was a cultivator of the same level, they would be easily suppressed. Think about your sorrowful matters. An ant-like thing like you wants to fight me? Who do you think you are, lowly woman? Di Yao was extremely arrogant. At this moment, she was displaying the 3 swords of Emperor June. Starting from the graceful swan, she attacked one sword after another. In her estimation, Lingxi, who had been affected by the Eye of Heavenly Slayer, could only be torn apart by her. But at this time, she saw Lingxi's clear ethereal pure eyes that were as white as snow. There was no fear or sorrow in them at all. She was like a piece of precious jade, and no amount of negative energy could affect her purity. Heaven's Heart Art. This was a heavenly rule spiritual art. Lingxi merely chanted a few words, and the Heaven's Heart Art was activated. Of course, sad heavenly demise could not hurt her. To her, this law was not very effective. Her pure immortal source body was already very resistant to it. Therefore, Di Yao was agitated. Die. Her hatred for Lingxi was boundless and boundless. But she met the Heaven's Heart Art. Binding Art. In that instant, Di Yao screamed. A nomological law transformed into an incomparably complex rune that wrapped around the world tree in her body. This terrifying nomological law caused Di Yao to instantly lose all of her strength. She felt as though her internal organs were tangled together, and the several swords that she had prepared were abruptly interrupted. Arg! That mournful scream could be said to be world-shaking, causing everyone to involuntarily cover their ears. Although they didn't know what had happened, They knew that at least in this first clash, Di Yao was at a disadvantage. To be honest, Ling Shi was currently at a level where she could crush Di Yao in every aspect. Just with the Heaven's Heart art, Ling Shi could torture her to death. She sheathed one of her swords, and a white thread seemed to twine around her slender fingers. Di Yao was right in front of her, and every time Ling Shi changed the slightest thing in her hand, Di Yao would spasm. Her face was deathly pale, and she looked at Ling Shi with boundless fear. Just now, it was still Di Yao who was awe-inspiring. But in the blink of an eye, the tables had turned. Di Yao was defeated, and all of this was done with a single move. What sorcery is this? Di Yao screamed as she rolled around in space, tears streaming down her face. As long as Ling Shi moved her fingers, it was as if the threads in Di Yao's body were being torn apart. Princess! The three god kings paled in fright. Losing to such an extent had truly surpassed their imaginations. God King Law. When did she become a god king? Impossible. Given her talent, it's impossible for her to have such speed. Impossible. The three god kings were scared out of their wits. The gods in the theocracy were the same. Now, they finally had a taste of what it was like to be crushed. Everyone's horizons were broadened. No wonder Ling Shi didn't quarrel with Di Yao. That was because she had enough confidence. Just now, Di Yao was still very arrogant, but the current situation was very satisfying. Di Yao, tell me, do you still have the right to say that everything in the world belongs to you? Do you think you're the most precious in the myriad of worlds? Ling Shi was right in front of her, using the Heart of Heaven art to control Di Yao. It was as if she was controlling Di Yao's lifeline. Everything belongs to me. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you dare to kill me? If you do, my parents will definitely hunt you down and make sure you never have peace. Do you have the guts? Di Yao cried and laughed at the same time. It was one thing for her to be defeated by Long Chen, but she had actually been defeated by Ling Shi. That was truly a great humiliation, especially in a situation where so many people were watching. She was even crazier this time than when Long Chen had defeated her. Don't force me. Ling Shi's eyes were already faintly flashing with flames. She was usually very quiet, but that didn't mean she was easy to bully. At this time, she glanced at Long Chen, understanding Long Chen's intentions. After all, Long Chen had already endured many times. Killing Di Yao would indeed require a price. But if he didn't kill her, he wouldn't be able to swallow this anger. Despicable people would only become more and more arrogant. Go with your heart. Long Chen smiled. Ahem. She received Long Chen's affirmation. Then what was her heart? I knew you wouldn't dare. Hee, Ling Shi, you defeated me today. Very good, but who will have the last laugh? You are the person I, Di Yao, hate the most in my life. I swear, no matter where you run to, I will use the most cruel method to torture you. Di Yao trembled in pain and anger. You have no future. Ling Shi's gaze suddenly pierced through Di Yao's body like a ray of light. She held the black spiritual sword in one hand, while her other hand was controlling the one Heart of Heaven art. It wrapped around Di Yao's rule heart and sealed her. What? Hearing that sentence, Di Yao was stunned. She really wanted to kill her. Impossible. She was the daughter of the two god kings. Princess, hurry and escape. The three god kings were about to go crazy. They wanted to escape and save Di Yao, even at the cost of their lives. Di Yao didn't understand. She didn't understand Long Chen and Ling Shi, nor did she understand the current situation. The current situation was that Ling Shi hated her. Di Yao suddenly clenched her hand into a fist. In an instant, the Heart of Heaven art was like a sharp rope, deeply cutting into her law core. Di Yao coughed out a mouthful of blood, trembling in pain. She stared at Ling Shi with wide eyes. At this moment, Ling Shi flashed, and the Ling Shi sword in her hand stabbed out. Mortal sword intent. The moment she attacked, it pierced through Di Yao's law core that was imprisoned by the Heart of Heaven art. It was as though everyone in the world could hear this sound clearly. Di Yao's Heart of Laws trembled as the spirit sword slayed her primordial spirit. Under the combination of the spirit sword and the mortal sword intent, Di Yao's primordial spirit was destroyed. Finally, her eyes widened as she stared at Ling Shi. Boom! Her divine body was destroyed, dissipating from the world. At this moment, everything seemed to have stopped. Ling Shi kept the Ling Shi sword and returned to Long Chen. Long Chen hugged her in his arms. She was a little sad. It seems like I haven't killed in a long time. With the return of the gods, the pressure on her was the greatest. This is just the beginning. Only experts can establish order and protect their families. Long Chen smiled. Truthfully, even if Lingxi didn't kill her, Long Chen wouldn't let her off. There would always be some people who crossed their bottom line, and Di Yao was such a person. As for the outcome, Long Chen was prepared to accept it. Actually, if he took away the Origin Dragon Palace, God Emperor Jun would definitely chase him. The outcome would be the same, so it didn't matter to him whether Di Yao died or not. But to the three god kings, they were all trembling. The other gods all knelt on the ground, their eyes wide open as they looked at the dissipating Di Yao. She had disappeared forever, her body and soul destroyed. Chapter 2777. Di Yao had perished. Ever since the return of the gods, this noble, arrogant, and domineering divine emperor princess had left a deep impression on everyone. Whether it was the scandal between her and Long Chen, or her ferocious personality, they had all blown up. Long Chen had many opportunities to kill her, but he had given up because she was the daughter of a divine emperor. Long Chen had no one to rely on at that time. Therefore he had to think for everyone. But now, he had the Origin Dragon Palace, Long Qinglan to point him in the right direction, and the support of the 6 dragon attendants. Di Yao had lost the right to be arrogant in front of him. Lingxi had ended her life, and that was the end for her. If Lingxi hadn't done it, he would have done it. The people of Dragon's sacrificial continent were still in deep shock. To be honest, although they believed in Long Chen, they were still afraid of the primordial gods. Long Chen could escape, but what about them? When Di Yao died, everyone was in a state of panic. Many people could already imagine the future of Dragon's sacrificial continent, especially with the existence of the eternal gods. They were even more brutal than the primordial gods. The 3 god kings had guessed that Long Chen would devour them. However, they hadn't expected that the first to die would be Di Yao. After all, their identities were different from Di Yao's. Starry Sky God King's expression was ferocious. He couldn't help but laugh until tears of blood rolled down his cheeks. He roared, "Enough, Di Yao is dead. There's no need for us to live. Let us all die. Long Chen's life is over anyway. We'll die together." Light God King and Ink Desolation God King didn't say anything. But they knew that there was no way out. Long Chen would definitely kill them. They remembered that Long Chen had become stronger by devouring Shen Qiong and Shen Yang. Let's use Blood Devour to kill them. Long Chen had thought about it. That way, he would become even stronger. However, on the one hand, Blood Devourer needed to be slightly restrained. He still had to spend a lot of time on understanding the rules. On the other hand, these 3 deities were indeed the ancestors of the human race. They were the deities who protected all living beings in ancient times. If it weren't for the demonic god beasts changing them, they would have been no different from Long Chen. They had lost their own will. Those things were sealed in the divine sense sea, and might be related to the huge god-fiend beasts. Long Chen could not even touch them for the time being. Long Chen was rational. The 3 god kings were not wrong. They were different from the god kings of hell. So Long Chen thought about it and decided not to kill them. Every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. If that day ever came, Long Chen would be even more willing to let them return to the gods of the primordial era. After all, they were gods who had once protected the dragon's sacrificial continent. I'll have to trouble the few of you to seal them. When the godly Emperor Jun arrives, he will naturally rescue them. Long Chen said to the dragon attendants. To be honest, they were all defeated by him now. They would never be a threat to him in the future. They were also a group of pitiful people who had been devoured by the demonic god beasts. Although Long Chen urgently needed power, he would not go to the extent of devouring just anyone. It was very easy for the dragon attendants to seal the 3 god kings. But hearing Long Chen's decision, the 3 god kings were shocked. He actually did not kill them. He killed Di Yao but did not kill them. You must be deliberately mystifying. If you want to kill us, then kill us. Don't expect us to be grateful to you. What a joke. The Starry Sky God King struggled and roared. Long Chen could not be bothered to answer him. The dragon attendants moved, suppressing them near the deity ocean of the dragon god domain. He remembered that he had been to the deity ocean twice. Once was the mausoleum of the immortals, and the other was the White Bones divine palace. In reality, these were the bases that the primordial immortals had left in the dragon god domain. They had built them when they left, and everything was operating according to their rules. Even the ancient god corpses, blessed spiritual liquid, and immortal lord realm techniques that Long Chen had obtained had come from the primordial immortals. The test back then was just a game that they had left behind. The mausoleum of the immortals and the White Bones divine palace were just two sides of the coin. As for those colorful little worms, they were actually a type of sky-devouring tribe, just a strange existence within the sky-devouring tribe. From this, one could understand that the sky-devouring tribe had a close relationship with the immortals, just that they themselves did not know it. And the divine spirit rain was also a sky-devouring tribe. After bathing in the divine spirit rain, one would be constantly devoured by the sky-devouring tribe. Therefore, many disciples in the 72 demonic descendants' ancient city had slow progress in cultivation, and it was difficult for them to become immortals. They were inferior to the 5 great dragon cities. It was just that the city lords did not dare to admit that their ancestors would harm them. Long Chen, you killed Di Yao. I know that you want to escape immediately and stay away from the dragon sacrificial continent. But you can escape. But the trillions of lives on the dragon sacrificial continent cannot escape. You definitely won't tell them the truth. The truth is that when the god Emperor June descends, in his rage, all lives on the dragon sacrificial continent will be exterminated, and no one will survive. When the 8 god emperors of the eternal god tribe come, this entire world will be destroyed. You destroyed this world, you killed all lives. You and your woman are guilty. This was the roar of the starry sky god king before he was sealed. It spread throughout the entire dragon sacrificial continent. It spread to everyone's ears. What he said confirmed everyone's conjecture. Are we going to be abandoned? No wonder he actually dared to kill Princess Di Yao. This is bad. The entire world is going to be destroyed. Once he leaves, there will be no one to resist. All of our lives will be exterminated. Heavens, is our inheritance of billions of years going to be severed? The moment the 3 god kings were completely sealed, the dragon sacrificial continent was in an uproar. Long Chen heard countless mournful cries. For a moment, the world was in chaos. Now, the 3 god kings couldn't hear anything. Only his own people were left here. After dealing with them, it was time. Long Chen descended on the eternal god domain and faced all the lives on it. He had the faith of all living beings, so it was easier for him to communicate with them. A bright light erupted from his body. Like the sun, like a giant god, he stood proudly in the starry sky, attracting everyone's gazes. Originally, everyone was scared half to death because of the words of the starry sky god king. But when they saw Long Chen, they felt a little more at ease. Vaguely, they could feel the connection between them and Long Chen. It was a connection of bloodline, a connection of fate. At this moment, the radiant young man was the core of their hearts. Long Chen respected everyone. It was they who provided him with strength. Seniors, brothers and sisters, please don't panic and don't worry. I will give everyone a detailed explanation about what Starry Sky Divine Monarch said. I can guarantee that everyone will be satisfied with the result. Please calm down and listen to me. With Long Chen's incomparably sincere words, the seething dragon sacrificial continent finally quieted down. Almost everyone looked at him with trust. Ever since Long Chen fought against the primordial demon race, he had almost sacrificed himself every time. Especially that time when he was willing to leave with the Era Sky Demon, it touched the hearts of all living beings. At this moment, Long Chen was indeed very touched. They were all willing to believe in him. He solemnly said, "First of all, everyone must understand that ever since we lost the primeval troll and returned, the primordial gods returned one by one. They changed the world and brought us new hope. At first, I was as excited as everyone else, but later on, I discovered that they weren't as wise and benevolent as we imagined them to be. They were more selfish and ruthless than ordinary people, and they didn't even see us as humans. Thus, they acted unscrupulously and even used everyone's lives to threaten me. Later on, I truly understood that their return wasn't to rebuild the world, but to find something. As long as they found that thing, they would leave this place and take the eternal incandescent stone with them. Our dragon sacrificial continent would return to its shattered state. This was the premise. The living beings had seen many battles and more or less understood what Long Chen was saying. Di Yao, in particular, had used the lives of all living beings to threaten Long Chen several times. It was precisely because of this that they supported Long Chen and not their ancestors. Thus, I suspected that they were our ancestors. Moreover, they had a personal grudge against me. They assassinated my family, so it was unavoidable for me to fight with them. Their God King, who had yet to descend, also wanted to kill me. I couldn't avoid all of this. I originally wanted to escape this place. After all, even if I did leave, God King Di Jun wouldn't make things difficult for everyone. However, another unavoidable matter occurred. The two God Kings of the eternal God race were attracted here by the eternal incandescent stone. He had to clearly explain the cause and effect to them. Only then would he be able to make these trillions of living beings leave their homes with him and place their lives in his hands. What Long Chen was doing now was a crazy act that no one in the myriad worlds would dare to do. He wanted to bring an entire world with him. There are a lot of details involved. Some people loved their homes, some loved a place, some buried their loved ones, some built up their prestige in a place, some met the woman they loved after much difficulty, and some had people they missed far away. If all of these were transferred to Long Chen's God Nation, even if Long Chen did his best, there would still be changes. After all, he didn't have much time, and he couldn't help everyone settle down. For this day, the Dragon Emperors had already made preparations to carry out this huge project. At the very least, they couldn't let their loved ones and friends be separated. After all, the world was too big. To Long Chen it might only be an instant, but to the living beings it might be a lifetime. Thus, he had to make it clear so that everyone would be willing. Long Chen continued. The eternal God race came to plunder. Back then, I attacked them from both sides. They had already summoned the 8 God Kings of the sacrificial God world. Their arrival would definitely be a disaster, so I had no choice but to kill them. Even if they didn't die, as long as they clashed with the primordial gods, the dragon sacrificial god continent would suffer. We would definitely face the end, and there would be no way out. Thus, I killed the God King Princess today. Firstly, for revenge, and secondly, whether I killed her or not, the result was almost the same. At this point, everyone was in despair. Chapter 2778. On the dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen could see many dejected and despairing faces. According to what Long Chen had said, the dragon sacrificial continent was doomed. Godly Emperor Jun would be enraged, and so would the eternal God clan. Being weak was a sin. Being stuck between these two great god clans, no matter how obedient one was, in the face of the powerful gods and demons, one could only die. Everyone couldn't help but weep. Long Chen didn't want to make them sad. He had to be tactful with his words. Now that they understood the current situation, it would be much easier to make them leave their homes. Therefore, at this moment, he suddenly raised his voice and said passionately, "Just now, the Divine King of Stars said that I will carry everyone and escape alone. Perhaps everyone is thinking the same thing, but what I want to tell everyone now is that I will not leave alone, and I will not implicate everyone. Therefore, I already have a way to break out of this situation. I can let everyone find a way to survive with me, and find a way to fight back." To all living beings, his voice was like thunder, deafening and deafening. What? A way to survive? Can Long Chen defeat the God Emperor? That's impossible. It will take a long time. But I heard that God Emperor Jun will be here soon. There were sounds of discussion everywhere. It was time to reveal the truth. This time, Long Chen wanted to expand his divine nation to infinity and reveal the whole new world. So, he used all his strength and directly opened the divine nation. To everyone, they saw a miracle. A rift opened up in the sky, growing larger and larger until, in the blink of an eye, it blotted out the sun and blotted out the sky. That was especially true of the eternal life godly domain, which seemed to be on the verge of being swallowed up by the rift. What is this? It's all clouds and mist. It looks like a paradise inside. I see it. There's a continent inside. It's so big. Heavens, it's a world, the same size as the dragon sacrificial continent. Even though they were used to seeing grand scenes, their faces still turned pale. They didn't know that this was Long Chen's divine kingdom. When the divine star of destiny suddenly appeared, they were already shocked, and now, a prosperous world had appeared. There seems to be a dragon inside. The entire dragon sacrificial continent was in an endless uproar. Seeing their shocked expressions, Long Chen was very satisfied. Without keeping them in suspense, he said, "As you can see, this is my god nation. Due to some fortuitous encounter, it has grown to the size of more than half of the dragon sacrificial continent. It is a world that is even more stable than the dragon sacrificial continent under the suppression of the eternal incandescent stone. In this world, everyone can become stronger and grow faster. In the future, it will be even bigger and more magnificent, even surpassing the current dragon sacrificial continent. Therefore, the solution I'm talking about is to let all the brothers and sisters of the dragon sacrificial continent enter this god nation and roam the myriad worlds with me." At this point, he chuckled and continued, "When the time comes, Divine Emperor Di Jun and the Eternal God Clan will come. Let them come empty-handed." Shocking. Everyone entered his divine kingdom. This exceeded everyone's imagination. Among the 1 trillion people, almost no one could have imagined that this was what Long Chen wanted to say. For a moment, there was complete silence. Long Chen was a little nervous. He was worried that everyone would reject him. After all, it wasn't that difficult to leave their homeland. Therefore, he explained, "Everyone, the dragon sacrificial continent is also my homeland. It is the homeland that we protect. I, too, am reluctant to leave this place, but the various dangers that we are facing now have forced me to make this choice. Leaving our homeland to wander the vast and boundless starry sky is a kind of expedient measure, but I believe that one day, I will bring everyone back here again. Without relying on others, we will truly rely on ourselves to change and build our homeland. I will also be able to let everyone be together with your family and friends after entering the new world." Actually, he was thinking too much. Staying behind would mean death. Following Long Chen's departure would be a kind of new life. Apart from a few people who couldn't bear to part with their homeland and were very infatuated with this world, the vast majority of people cheered for his decision. Billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions, close to 1 trillion. Almost all living beings agreed to Long Chen's great and crazy plan. They believed in Long Chen and didn't mind going crazy together with Long Chen. As for some people who would definitely shed tears, many people were unwilling to leave their homeland even if they had to die, especially some of the elderly. Their hearts had long since become indifferent. Long Chen wouldn't force them. Everything depended on their own choices. After the announcement was made and the support was received, a huge project began. Long Chen placed his divine nation on the dragon sacrificial continent. Powerhouses could bring their own families and enter the divine nation. The millions of dragon martial artists in the 5 major dragon cities were already waiting solemnly, organizing the order and distributing the territories that belonged to everyone. The 15 dragon emperors were very good at management. With their dedication, everything was carried out in an orderly manner. In about 3 days, we will be able to settle down and leave this place. Long Chen smiled. About 10 million people were unwilling to leave, but later, under the pleading of their families and the advice of their friends, most of them still chose to be reborn. In the end, less than 1 million people were left. They chose to defend. Long Chen thought for a while and still respected their choice. Moreover, this number of people was nothing to the god emperors, so they probably wouldn't make things difficult for them. His divine nation was really lively now. It could be said to be earth-shaking. Having just arrived in a new world, everyone was still very enthusiastic. Under the management of the 5 major dragon cities, everything was carried out in an orderly manner. Occasionally, there would be some small conflicts, but the 15 dragon emperors could also handle it. Long Chen was prepared to leave the dragon sacrificial continent before letting some of the humans inherit the blood essence. At that time, he would also have to choose a candidate for the supreme divine dragon. Everything was in order. Looking at this empty dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen wasn't quite used to it. Right now, the eternal incandescent stone was still here, so the whole world was still intact. I wonder if the next time I return, will this place still be like this, or will it disappear from the myriad worlds forever? Long Chen was a little melancholic. Don't worry, the most important thing for the inheritance is life, not the land. This new world, this new land, can also become a new dragon sacrificial continent in the future, or even recreate the glory before the era. As long as the people don't die, the inheritance won't perish. Tai Su and the other dragon attendants were all near Long Chen. It's time for us to go and find other cursed lands, similar to the divine planet of destiny and the curse world. The dragon attendants stood in front of Long Chen. It was time for Long Chen to go too. At this time, the slaughter dragon attendant walked in front of Long Chen and said, "I have a gift for you." In the starry sky, a blood-colored divine warship appeared, like a giant dragon looking down on the starry sky, incomparably domineering. This is the slaughter dragon ship, an orbital-grade destination-grade artifact. It can allow you to travel through the starry sky. Long Chen's Wind Moon divine warship was too pitiful. It was only a primeval grade. If it met an opponent in the starry sky, it wouldn't even be able to escape in time. This gift of the slaughter dragon attendant was like charcoal in a snowstorm. Many thanks. He had inherited his bloodline, but when he thought about it, it was still strange. However, the orbital-grade slaughter dragon ship was indeed quite precious. Long Chen did not dare to use the things of the three divine kings because he was afraid that Di Jun would be able to track it down. Otherwise, he would have taken away the ancient king's cauldron. Long Chen had to throw away everything related to the primordial gods, including the peerless dragon Salyer. "I understood a long time ago that you are progressing too fast. I can't stay by your side forever." The three-legged black crow was a little sad. Long Chen sealed it in the dragon sacrificial continent and said, "In the future, I will not be afraid of the divine emperor. I will definitely return here and let you see the light of day again. At the very least, I will choose a companion for you that is worthy of you." "Thank you. It's fine. I'll wait for you." Although the three-legged black crow came from Di Yao, it was indeed very respectful of Long Chen. The slaughter dragon ship required a certain amount of time to refine. Long Chen possessed the bloodline of the ancient blood spirit dragon, so even if it was an orbital-grade destination-grade artifact, it was not difficult. Furthermore, it came from the slaughter dragon attendant, so to him, there was not much difference between the slaughter dragon attendant and Long Chen. Finally, it was Tai Su. "Take this thing. The distance between the myriad realms is too far, so it's quite difficult to send messages. I've left some rules in here, so if there's any information, I'll pass it to you." It was a white dagger. It wasn't a destination-grade divine artifact, but it was forged from a type of primal chaos treasure. Long Chen remembered that Di Yao had used a comb to contact God Emperor Wang Qing. It seemed like the principle was the same. Everything was kept properly. 2 days later, the slaughter dragon ship was also refined. Everything was ready, and the dragon attendants let Long Chen go first. To the south is the Tai Hao domain, where the divine Emperor Jun is rushing over. To the north is the divine sacrifice great world, where the eternal divine race is rushing over. You can go to the east, where the inheritance blood essence and origin dragon soul are the most likely to appear, especially the ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence. East. Currently, the divine nations was already at its peak. Under the arrangements of the dragon emperor, the dragon sacrifice had already stabilized. "Let's go," the dragon attendants urged. There wasn't much time left. The divine emperor was chasing after him. Every bit of time was incomparably important. "All right, goodbye." This time, the mission he shouldered was unimaginable. Long Chen stepped onto the slaughter dragon ship. Beside him were Mo Xiaolang, Lingxi, Soiyan, and Kitten. The others were all in the divine nations. "Let's go, this young master is going to find my main body. Hurry, I'm burning from waiting." Once this young master reaches the ancestor realm, all of you will be this young master's little brothers. Ah! Kitten's silver laughter resounded through the starry sky. A new journey, the start of the journey. The 6 dragon attendants looked at the blood-colored slaughter dragon ship that was gradually disappearing into the starry sky. They exchanged glances and smiled. This time, the myriad realms will definitely be in chaos. A new era is about to begin. Hopefully, our race can be reborn. A new era. The dragon attendants also embarked on their journey. Only the dragon sacrificial dragon continent was left in the lonely starry sky, feeling endless loneliness. Chapter 2779. Starry Sky. Myriad Worlds. More than a month had passed. In this boundless starry sky, the massacre dragon vessel advanced like a blood-colored light, tearing through the void, passing countless stars of various sizes, and headed toward the east of the dragon sacrificial dragon world. In this direction there were at least over 2,000 worlds. Among them were countless powerful gods and demons. It was also possible that in the Great War billions of years ago, the blood and souls of many ancestors were left behind. These days, the trillions of living beings on the sacrificial dragon continent had finally settled down. Outsiders would never imagine that Long Chen actually carried a world with him. To be honest, there was probably no one in the entire myriad worlds who could do this. If not for the suppression of the Origin Dragon Palace, this would be impossible. Now, although Long Chen couldn't refine the Origin Dragon Palace, he also had a certain degree of control over it. In this 1 month, he mainly did one thing, and that was to first select tens of billions of young martial artists from the trillions of living beings. He would give them the Inheritance Blood Essence and the Origin Dragon Palace. He was connected with all living beings at all times. The strength of all living beings was also his strength. Now, the Inheritance Blood Essence had been distributed to the hands of those tens of billions of living beings. In the future, there would also be Origin Dragon souls. As for how far they could reach, it would depend on everyone's luck. In any case, even the lowest grade Red Dragon and Black Dragon would have strength close to that of a god after reaching adulthood. To most people on the sacrificial dragon continent, this was already a realm that they could only hope for. After all, the sacrificial dragon continent had declined for so many years. Everyone's bloodline was thin, their talents were lacking, and they needed to be reformed. After seeing the world of the gods, they knew how insignificant they were. However, an even greater desire for strength was born. Originally, many people were still a little afraid when he brought them away from their homes. After all, their lives were in the hands of Long Chen from now on. But when the Inheritance Blood Essence appeared, their hearts calmed down once again. They saw the true divine dragons in the sky, saw many experts, and also saw hope for the future. This race was being reborn. The dragon emperors had this experience, so they helped Long Chen manage the entire theocracy and maintain order. Next, Long Chen only needed to sail to a new world and explore. We have to go to a more prosperous world. If it's just a world like the Spirit Essence Galaxy, it doesn't seem to be of much help to us. The information we can obtain is also very little. Long Chen's group stood at the front of the Slaughter Dragon boat, squinting their eyes as they stared at the eternal starry sky. Although the speed of the Slaughter Dragon boat had increased, even Divine Emperor June needed many years to travel through the myriad worlds, let alone them. Brother, we still have to avoid the pursuit of godly Emperor June. We have to keep a low profile for a long time in the future. Yang Lingqing was also in the group. She was Long Chen's real sister, so Long Chen chose a Supreme Divine Dragon's Inheritance Blood Essence for her. According to her preferences, it was actually a Supreme Divine Dragon, one of the 8 great companion dragons of the Tai Chi Lifeform Dragon. Before the epoch, the spiritual dragon was the strongest of the Tai Chi Lifeform Dragon's companion dragons. Of course, there was no spiritual dragon's Origin Dragon soul. Otherwise, Long Chen could have made Yang Lingqing into a god king, or even an ultimate god king powerhouse. Now, Yang Lingqing was still slowly pondering the spiritual dragon's inheritance blood essence. The spirit dragon's laws were not the same as Lingxi's laws of the spirit. The spirit dragon was related to life, and the spirit was an amalgamation of 14 different elements. Therefore, in the future, Yang Lingqing would probably be able to comprehend laws similar to the 14th sacrifice or the 14th lifeform formation. That's right. The key was that there were pursuers. I hope we didn't leave any traces. We were very careful when we left. Lingxi was standing next to Long Chen. She looked at Long Chen with a gentle gaze, completely different from the coldness she had when she was dealing with Di Yao. Mo Xiaolang, Soi Yan, and Kitten were also next to him. It's been a long time since we've been together like this. Back when we went to the Eternal God Domain, we were also a group like this. Long Chen suddenly remembered. Back then, from the Dragon Sacrificial Continent to the Eternal God Domain. Now, from the Dragon Sacrificial Continent to the Infinite Worlds. They were all the same. There's a lot of people this time. You brought everyone from the entire world. Yang Lingqing was still the same as before. In front of Long Chen, she was an obedient little sister. It was just that she would occasionally badmouth Long Chen. She was right. We're just missing someone's other lover. Back then, Beauty Li went to the Eternal God Domain by herself. Now, she's gone to the Infinite Worlds alone. Boss, it seems like you're not running for your life, but to chase after your Beauty Li, Kitten said in a weird tone. Li Xuanji. When this name suddenly appeared, everyone suddenly quietened down. Actually, The connection between Long Chen and her surpassed everything else. She was Long Chen's Yin demon, a part of Long Chen's body. Even if they were separated by the infinite worlds, as long as Long Chen made up his mind to speak to her, he would be able to get a response. I don't know if she's doing well or if she's safe. Chen, you should ask her. In Lingxi's eyes, Li Xuanji and Di Yao were completely different. Even if she ignored their relationship with Long Chen, she and Li Xuanji had a good relationship. But Long Chen shook his head. Let's not. We're running for our lives now. We don't want to drag her down. Once we're in a better situation, we'll go find her. Back then she left just like that. Long Chen had never contacted her. After a long time, he had a knot in his heart. He had the courage to go against the gods and demons, but he didn't have the courage to suddenly go find her. As soon as it quietened down, Long Chen and the others became vigilant. There were dangers in the starry sky. On one hand, there was the mysterious great tribulation of gods and demons, and on the other hand, there were immortals who also traveled through the starry sky. The starry sky was endless, and the chances of encountering other immortals in the starry sky were not high. However, if they did encounter one, it was possible that they would be plundered. There were even some gods and demons that didn't belong to any world. They traveled through the infinite worlds, plundering, committing all kinds of evil, and strengthening themselves by plundering and killing others. For example, at this moment, Long Chen and the others saw a divine warship coming right in front of them. The chances of them passing by each other were even smaller. Looking at the divine warship in front of them gradually enlarging, Long Chen said, "It's been some time since we left the dragon sacrificial continent. Although we're still in the dragon sacrificial continent, we should be heading in a different direction from Divine Emperor Di Jun. They should be heading from the south to the dragon sacrificial continent in front of us, while this divine warship is clearly coming from the east. It shouldn't be them. After all, even if they came to the universe, they might still be captured by Divine Emperor Di Jun." So they were still quite nervous. Even after listening to Long Chen's analysis, they couldn't calm down. Lingxi said, "The problem is that it's heading in the direction of the dragon sacrificial continent. For the past millions of years, apart from the dragon sacrificial gods and the eternal god race who happen to be attracted by the eternal opal, no other gods have come to this remote dragon sacrificial continent. Since they're heading in the direction of the dragon sacrificial continent, it's very likely that they're related to us. In that case, are they friend or foe?" Lingxi's words made sense. It's an orbital grade destination grade artifact. There might be a divine king grade opponent. Everyone, be careful. Long Chen had already seen the other party clearly. It was a purple divine warship. It was gorgeous and aesthetically pleasing. Compared to it, the slaughter dragon boat was like a piece of scrap metal. That purple divine warship was like a purple sun in the starry sky, emitting a dazzling and enchanting radiance. There were all kinds of beautiful patterns on it. Right in front of it was the relief sculpture of a huge crepe myrtle flower. It was dazzling and dazzling, just like a real flower. Since it was an orbital grade opponent, it was at least a perfect stage divine king. What a terrifying opponent. Long Chen steered the slaughter dragon boat to deviate a little from its position, avoiding colliding with the other party. If the other party didn't have any intentions, they could just avoid each other and proceed on their own. In the starry sky, the blood-colored slaughter dragon boat and the purple divine warship passed each other. "Seems like our worries were unnecessary. They don't intend to meet with us," Mo Xiaolang said. Although they were separated by the destination grade artifact, Long Chen could sense that there were about 2 divine spirits in that divine warship. They were more or less divine king grade and very powerful. He didn't expect that there were actually so many divine kings in the infinite worlds. Just as he finished speaking, the purple divine warship that had already arrived behind him suddenly stopped. Then, a cold and noble female voice sounded. "Everyone, please stay. I have something to ask." The purple divine warship turned around and stabilized in front of the slaughter dragon boat. It would be too strange if they were to escape at this moment. Therefore, Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. He said with a rather impatient tone, "Ask away." Both parties were orbital grade divine warships. Logically speaking, they should have a certain degree of restraining fear. Therefore, they couldn't be too arrogant. That cold and noble female voice said, "If we proceed in this direction, can we reach the dragon sacrificial continent?" They should be able to tell that Long Chen and the others had departed from the dragon sacrificial continent. Or perhaps they had just passed by there. What dragon sacrificial continent? Long Chen pretended not to know, but he was secretly even more vigilant. As expected, these two fellows were heading for the dragon sacrificial continent. Who exactly were they? If they were Divine Emperor Dijun's men, why didn't they come from the south? Weren't they on the same path as Divine Emperor Dijun? Or could it be that Divine Emperor Dijun was hiding on his purple divine warship? Your Excellency, have you not passed by the continent suppressed by the eternal sharp stone? The other party asked. No, don't waste time. If Divine Emperor Dijun was here, then it would be very dangerous. Long Chen had to leave before the other party discovered him. After he spoke coldly, the slaughter dragon boat started moving again. The purple divine warship didn't chase after them. Crepe myrtle flower. Among the dragon sacrificial deities, it seems like the #1 divine city in the east. Isn't it the crepe myrtle divine city that corresponds to the western godly king of hell? And the Empress Myrtle of the crepe myrtle divine city seems to be at the grand beginning god realm perfection, which is also a perfection godly king. He should be the male of the two, and the woman who spoke should be the other godly king. Chapter 2780. He quickly asked the dragon emperors as they had a deeper understanding of the dragon sacrificial gods. I know. The eternal night dragon emperor said hurriedly, in the immemorial age, there was the purple myrtle divine city in the east, and Empress Myrtle was the strongest one apart from the central god spirit. She was even stronger than the god king of hell, the god king of light, and the goddess of darkness. Not only was Empress Myrtle powerful, there was another important thing. That was, she was husband and wife to the god king of the central god city. That female god king was also the strongest female god king among the human race gods of the dragon sacrifice. She was even stronger than the goddess of darkness. Her name was Empress Qing Su. If I'm not wrong, both Empress Myrtle and Empress Qing Su were great perfection god kings. They were much stronger than the darkness god king. Long Chen naturally knew of Ziwei divine city and Qing Su god city. Back in the battlefield of gods, he had fought with the disciples of these two cities. Especially Qing Su god city, they seemed to be skilled in sword arts. Among the central divine cities, the strongest was the Emperor Jun divine city. There was also the primordial beginning divine city, Randang divine city, Tai Yi divine city, Clear Void divine city, and Subhoodie divine city. Although the Clear Void divine city was the weakest among the central divine cities, it was still on par with the Purple Myrtle divine city. Both were great circle god kings that surpassed Ink Desolation god king. They were equivalent to the Curse World protectors in the Curse World. This was not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing was that they were on God Emperor Dijun's side. It was very likely that God Emperor Dijun was nearby. Even if he wasn't, he was still in the south. Alerting these two was equivalent to alerting Dijun and telling him his current location and route. The galaxy might be big, but God Emperor Dijun was even more powerful. He had taken away Origin Dragon Palace and killed his daughter. There was no room for discussion. Once he fell into his hands, everything he had would be destroyed. This was what it meant to die before the battle was even won. Long Qinglan would have died for nothing. The god dragon race would have no hope at all. It was very dangerous. After knowing their identities, Long Chen became even more cautious. Fortunately, they didn't continue to ask after he left impatiently. At this moment, Long Chen was controlling the slaughter dragon boat to leave. To be honest, if it was just a battle, Long Chen would not be afraid. It's okay, it's okay. Everyone couldn't help but think. However, they still didn't know why these two perfected godly kings, two famous gods, would come from the east alone. It's possible that they weren't originally part of Dijun's team. This time, they received Dijun's order and rushed to the dragon sacrificial continent. We were unlucky and just happened to bump into them. Ling Shi had only said all this to reassure everyone. At the very least, she felt that Dijun did not seem to be nearby. At this moment, the purple divine warship suddenly disappeared behind the slaughter dragon boat. Two people appeared, a man and a woman. The man was tall and handsome, while the woman was cold and enchanting. Both were dressed in Taoist robes. The man wore a violet gold crown and cloud-flipping boots. He had purple hair and purple eyes, and his eyes were like blazing suns, exuding boundless divine might. The woman was cold and mature, with red lips and almond-shaped eyes. Her eyes were filled with sword qi, and one look was enough to tell that she was extremely ferocious. These two were Empress Myrtlestar and Empress Qingxiu. In a flash, they actually blocked Long Chen's path. How strange. Why are there two demons on your divine warship? We don't mean anything by it. We're just curious. Empress Qingxiu stood in front of the slaughter dragon boat with a noble posture. Empress Myrtlestar accompanied by her side. Her eyes were like torches, and her body was surging with heat. Her might was extraordinary. Both of their auras were above God King Ink Desolations, and their bodies were constantly surrounded by sword qi that could tear apart the world. So it was because of Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi. Long Chen had forgotten about this. It seemed that in the myriad worlds, gods and demons were divided more clearly. There were very few demons, and they didn't appear often. But when they did, gods and demons rarely got along so perfectly. At the very least, they wouldn't be so open and aboveboard. Therefore, they were a little suspicious. Most importantly, Di Jun must have told them about the specific situation of Long Chen's group. Di Jun shouldn't be nearby. Since we've been discovered, if the situation goes awry, let's make our move. You three deal with one. Long Chen made his preparations. He was prepared to let Kitten and Yang Lingqing return to the theocracy. They weren't good at fighting yet. This is my freedom. What does it have to do with you? Long Chen controlled the slaughter dragon boat to go around them and continue forward. You're Long Chen, right? Empress Myrtlestar didn't say anything, but the moment she did, she guessed right. What Long Chen didn't know was that after Di Yao's death, no one sent any more messages to Di Jun. Therefore, now that they had lost contact with the Draconic continent, they predicted that Long Chen would escape. They roughly knew who was with Long Chen, and they came from the direction of the Draconic continent, so it was easy to guess. Since that was the case, they couldn't delay any longer. They had to be fast, ruthless, and accurate to beat them back and escape. Boom. The slaughter dragon boat disappeared. Long Chen's group of 4 appeared. 4 young lives had caused a crushing defeat for the deities. The 2 godly monarchs could confirm with a glance that it was them. As expected, it's you guys. Daring to oppose the God Emperor at such a young age, you really have some guts. We almost let you guys escape. You can only blame your bad luck for not meeting the God Emperor, and coincidentally running into us. Imperial Emperor Qingxiu and Empress Myrtlestar looked at each other. They weren't in a hurry and were prepared to inform God Emperor Di Jun first. From the looks of it, God Emperor Di Jun shouldn't be nearby, and he was still on his original southern route. According to previous estimates, God Emperor Di Jun was still very far away from the Draconic continent. It would take him more than a month to reach the Draconic continent. After all, his speed definitely far surpassed Long Chen's. With Empress Myrtlestar's group speed, they would probably reach the Draconic continent in half a month. But they met Long Chen. At this time, they could totally have the God Emperor change his route and come here. After all, the Origin Dragon Palace they wanted was definitely taken away by Long Chen. Just capture them and hand them over to the God Emperor, Empress Myrtlestar secretly said to Imperial Emperor Qingxiu. Just defeat them and escape quickly. Don't worry. Di Jun isn't nearby. The Taihao region he was in is too far away from the Draconic continent. This was what Long Chen secretly said to the 3 of them. Let the 3 of them work together to deal with one, while he dealt with one. The Dragon Emperor and the others couldn't help him at the moment. This was the first time Long Chen fought a Grand Perfection Realm godly monarch. To be honest, he wasn't confident, but humans were willing to do anything in order to survive, let alone at this moment. He and Lingxi's group moved aside. Mo Xiaolang, Lingxi, and Xueqi were fighting a Grand Perfection Realm godly monarch. Their rules were very strict, so it wasn't impossible. Especially Lingxi's heavenly rule spirit art. There were a total of 5 types, and Long Chen found every one of them terrifying. As for Long Chen himself, he was very confident in himself. I heard that you guys can even suppress Mo Huang and the other 3. How impressive. Unfortunately, you met us husband and wife. This is your doomsday. This is all your destiny. Empress Myrtlestar and Imperial Emperor Qingxiu drew their swords at the same time. One was purple, blazing with flames, like a scorching sun. Purple qi surged and tore through the starry sky. The other was green, surrounded by light, like a green moon, extremely gloomy and cold. They are all orderly grade divine swords, and they are a pair. Long Chen couldn't help but admire them. The Lingsu dual swords were also a pair, but they were in a broken state. Each of these swords was equivalent to the god-slaying sword at its peak, the weapon that had accompanied Long Chen for a long time. They also had the purple divine warship. It was rare for a grand perfection realm godly monarch to have so many orderly grade destinies. After all, the power of an orderly grade destinies was rather terrifying. God Purple Sun and Demon Blue Moon. These were the names of these two swords. They were recorded in the myths of the dragon sacrificial continent. According to legend, Empress Myrtle Star used the God Purple Sun sword to split open the east, and from then on, solar energy rose from the darkness. Imperial Emperor Qingshu used the Demon Blue Moon sword to split open the darkness, and from then on, the moon shone on all living beings. Of course, these were all myths. Their destinies had nothing to do with the sun or the moon. Come here. They were most likely adept at working together, so he had to split them up. Long Chen used his status as a junior to point out Empress Myrtle Star. At the same time, he left Lingxi and the others and headed south. Qingshu. Empress Myrtle Star hesitated. They had worked together to kill enemies. Go. Don't let this child look down on us. Imperial Emperor Qingshu urged. Only then did Empress Myrtle Star wield the God Purple Sunday sword. Qi rampaged as she charged at Long Chen. On the other side, Soyan and Lingxi were both primordial realm godly monarchs. Mo Xiaolang was not even a godly monarch yet. Facing Imperial Emperor Qingshu, who wielded an orderly grade destiny's divine artifact, they indeed felt pressured. But if they did not kill the enemy, they would die. Mo Xiaolang transformed into a sun-devouring direwolf, while Soyan transformed into Demon Wa's main body. The two were above and below. Lingxi was better at long-range attacks, so she was behind them. In fact, this time, Lingxi was their true trump card. The three of them had already discussed the specific battle plan. At this time, Empress Myrtle Star and Long Chen were already engaged in battle. In truth, Long Chen was even more anxious than Empress Myrtle Star. He had to finish this quickly before he could leave. Daybreak. Without another word, Empress Myrtle Star's scorching God Purple Sun sword soared into the sky. For a moment, the cosmos lit up, and purple light pierced through the world. The sword grew tens of thousands of feet long and tore through the universe. It erupted with rolling purple heat waves, causing everyone's vision to pale. This sword was like daybreak. Daybreak tore through space and cleaved down. Looking at this sword, Long Chen missed the god-slaying sword. Back when he used the god-slaying sword, it was just as domineering. The Lingsu dual swords were too feminine and didn't suit him. If only I had a suitable weapon. He had already left the peerless dragon Salyer behind. Of course, the battle still had to continue. Rumble. In the starry sky, a blood-colored divine dragon appeared and instantly transformed into a mixed-origin heavenly fate dragon. His eyes flashed. Destiny Heavenly Pupil, Wish Heart Eye, activated at the same time. Recently, he had created a tribe of interest on QQ on his phone, called Supreme Dragons. Many brothers had added the madman's WeChat public account, but the WeChat public account could not allow everyone to communicate together, so there was a tribe of interest. The home of our dragons, it could be said that this was a place that would not change for the next 10 years. Ji Zun. Dragons. Welcome to the Dragons brothers and sisters. Method, open your phone's button, dynamic, interest tribe, upper right corner. Then search for Supreme Dragons, and after entering follow, you can join the team of our dragons. Only the phone has an interest tribe, 1. From today onwards, everyone can create a group of dragons and be the leader of the group. As long as the group you create is associated with the Supreme Dragons, the brothers of our family will be able to see it and join it. 2. No matter what books Madman writes in the future, we will always be dragons. We are a family. The Supreme Dragons are our family. Our slogan is fight side by side, never leave for 10 years. Every reader has their own button. Every reader can join our family. But please rest assured, the Supreme Dragon Clan's management is very strict. We will definitely create a harmonious, hot-blooded family environment. And all the trolls will be deleted. 3. Now that the Supreme Dragons has just opened, everyone can apply to be a chief. You can find the method to apply to be a chief in the Supreme Dragon Clan's Hall of Fame. Welcome everyone to join the management of our Supreme Dragons. 4. The Weibo community has already been cancelled. The 80,000 friends of the public account can directly click on the Supreme Dragon Clan in the middle of the main menu to join, and then follow. This way, the WeChat and QQ's book friends can enter a place to discuss. Chapter 2781. The Destiny Heavenly I was a law of fate. Everything the left I could see was locked down by fate. From gods to mortals, no matter how powerful they were, they could only launch tiny attacks. The greater the gap between them and Long Chen, the more they would be suppressed. The Eye of Wishes was a form of control. The Law of Wishes was subordinate to the Law of Fate. Long Chen used the Eye of Wishes to impose his control on Empress Myrtle Star. His gaze pierced through the world. At this moment, Empress Myrtle Star's daybreak. But the blade's light could never match the speed of Long Chen's gaze. Before the sword arrived, the Destiny Heavenly Eye and the Eye of Wishes had a huge change. Boom! At this critical moment, Empress Myrtle Star underwent an inconceivable transformation. Under the suppression of the Heavenly Eye of Destiny, his body's resistance became weaker. Moreover, under the powerful impact of the Eye of Desire, he only saw Long Chen's right eye flash, and then he actually couldn't control himself. His daybreak sword completely changed direction and slashed towards Empress Qingxiu. Careful! Empress Myrtle Star was shocked, her face pale. Heart pounding. He knew that Long Chen was the cause of all of this. Although he had been affected, he had no idea what sort of natural law it was, or what sort of natural law it was that could control a god-devil with a single glance. Long Chen had done it. At the last moment, Empress Myrtle Star had withstood it, causing the daybreak sword's speed to drop significantly. Empress Qingxiu had dodged it, but she was still in a daze. She couldn't believe what had happened. Husband, you! This kid is strange. Empress Myrtle Star was furious that she'd lost face, but she was already very careful. She brandished her sword again. The ordinary grade destination grade divine artifact, the divine violet sun, exploded with sword chi that illuminated the boundless starry sky. Countless purple divine swords formed countless sword formations that revolved around him, surrounding him tightly within. No wonder you could put those 4 god kings in such a difficult position. You really do have such strange abilities. But you can't escape from us unless you're a god king. In truth, the power of the daybreak sword had already surpassed God King Ink Desolation's Chilan Tribulation. The divine purple sun was a destinable divine artifact similar to the ancient King Cauldron. If not for the fact that he was on the side of the divine Emperor June and was worried that the divine Emperor would use this sword to find him, Long Chen's current goal would be to snatch this sword. Illumination. Empress Myrtle Star brandished her sword, leaving afterimages of her swords everywhere in space. From daybreak to world illumination, it was naturally a progression. In an instant, there was a flash of light, and the divine sword turned into countless beams of purple sword light, forming a sword matrix that locked down the starry sky. It was millions of miles wide, and there were billions of swords. Every sword had the power to tear the heavens and the earth apart. In the heart of the sword, Long Chen seemed to have no chance of escaping. This sword could directly destroy the dragon sacrificial continent. It was time to fight back. To tell the truth, Empress Myrtle Star was still under the control of Long Chen's Heavenly Eye of Destiny, so the power of her attack had already been weakened. Of course, it still looked terrifying. Time rupture. The illusory void cosmic dragon flew in Empress Myrtle Star's direction. Wherever it went, the sword chi passed straight through his body, unable to harm him at all. The dragon's claws tore through the fabric of time. It was as if the entire starry sky was being torn to shreds by Long Chen. Empress Myrtle Star's laws crumbled one by one. In addition, Emperor Qingxiu's battle had already begun. Lingxi and the other 2 were besieging him, so there shouldn't be any problems. I have to finish this first. The time rupture move had once again exceeded Empress Myrtle Star's expectations. So strong. Empress Myrtle Star gritted her teeth. Even World Illumination's laws had been broken, so she had no choice but to activate a new one. The suppression of the laws is still here. Empress Myrtle Star was having a hard time. Annihilate. Boom. At that moment, the divine purple sun in Long Chen's hand exploded, turning into powder that instantly drowned the boundless starry sky. Then, in the next moment, every bit of powder ignited with purple flames. There was no end to it, and Long Chen was instantly drowned in the endless purple divine flames. Collect. Empress Myrtle Star opened her palm, revealing a purple flame vortex. As the flame vortex sucked in, the 10,000-meter vortex in the starry sky began to shrink. It was indeed very uncomfortable for Long Chen to be trapped here. Of course, this might not be enough to do anything to him. Within the purple flames, an ancestral dragon of alternating gold and black was born. Divine Tao Heart-Refining Dragon. The Divine Tao Heart-Refining Dragon now possessed Long Chen's strongest single-target killing move. Divine Retribution. The golden and black judgment sword between his eyebrows was shrouded in the intense heavenly retribution rule. It was as if countless divine dragons were entwining around the sword. Within the purple divine flames, the Divine Way Heart-Refining Dragon let out a dragon roar and charged forward. From the outside, it looked like all the flames were condensing into a sword. Divine Violet Sunday Empress Myrtlestar's ability was to seal Long Chen within this ordinary grade destination grade artifact. Her laws had once sealed a perfect god king of the same level. But this time, she'd failed against Long Chen. Long Chen had exploded with tremendous power at the critical moment. The Divine Retribution rule tore through everything and rushed out of the reformed Divine Violet Sunday. The mighty Divine Dragon condensed into a single point and stabbed at Empress Myrtlestar. Come back. Empress Myrtlestar's expression was cold. She summoned the Violet Sun back and held it in her hand, then slashed at Long Chen's Sword of Judgment. Her strength was so fierce that Long Chen was forced back, but in the next instant, the power of heavenly punishment exploded in her body. What? Empress Myrtlestar's expression changed. The power of divine retribution had triggered her own power, causing it to explode. Countless golden and black dragons formed within her, biting and attacking wildly. Ah! Defeated in one move, Empress Myrtlestar screamed again and again. Her body continued to explode, her flesh a bloody mess. Perhaps she was still in a state of disbelief. Long Chen was indeed weaker than her in terms of power. Empress Myrtlestar's infinite divine art was ordinary grade, surpassing Long Chen by a level. In terms of laws, she'd lost to Long Chen and divine retribution. But she wasn't convinced. Her own power had already been detonated, and she couldn't suppress divine retribution at all. Empress Myrtlestar used the same method Long Chen had used before. She stabbed the Divine Violet Sun Sword into her own body, accurately piercing her dragon head. This would inevitably bring her great harm. But if she didn't, she'd truly be destroyed by divine retribution. Fortunately, she'd made it in time. Otherwise, divine retribution would grow stronger and she'd be devoured. The source of life. Alas, Long Chen hadn't let her go. He naturally wouldn't let such a great opportunity slip by. The green tunnel surrounded Empress Myrtlestar in an instant. She'd just been grievously injured and was now completely under the control of the source of life. Long Chen restrained the heavily injured Empress Myrtlestar and faced her directly. Her life was fading away. Her injuries were severe, her body was crumbling, the world tree was in tatters, and the heart of laws was almost torn apart. She'd lost so badly in such a short time. Empress Myrtlestar felt like she was dreaming. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. She'd thought that Long Chen could at most fight God King Ink Desolation, but now he defeated her. Especially this source of life. What kind of law was this? It was devouring her life force. She couldn't resist. She could only watch as her life left her body and entered the other's mouth. It was a nightmare. You're Long Chen, right? Not bad, very strong. I'm sure the God King will be more interested in you. Even if you defeat us, you won't live for long. The Origin Dragon Palace is ours. You're about to die. What's the point of saying all this? Long Chen's other 14 heads surrounded the head of life and spoke in unison expressionlessly. Empress Myrtlestar's heart was bleeding. The scariest thing was that she didn't know how Emperor Qingxu was doing. Kill me and let Qingxu go. We're no threat to you. Empress Myrtlestar couldn't resist and could only compromise. She could only beg Long Chen. If she wasn't heavily injured, she might be able to break free. You love her? Long Chen asked curiously. It seemed that everyone was kind in the face of love. Nonsense. I've been with you for tens of millions of years. How can you understand? Empress Myrtlestar said coldly. Long Chen said, let me ask you a question. If you answer it well, I can let her go. Speak. How did God Emperor June know of the Origin Dragon Palace's existence? It was because he suddenly found out about the Origin Dragon Palace's existence that he sent people back to search for it. Empress Myrtlestar's life aura grew dimmer and dimmer. Who knows about God Emperor's matters? Maybe he came across some records. It said that the Origin Dragon Palace contains countless treasures left behind by the overlords of the Draconic continent. Only God Emperor June knows about this. Perhaps that was all. Should he kill him? They were immemorial divine spirits, but they were controlled by the Sky-Swallowing clan. No matter what, they were still Long Chen's ancestors. If he killed them casually, he would not be able to get over it. However, if he did not kill them, they might bring him more trouble. At this time, Lingxi and the other two were still fighting Emperor Qingxiu. Long Chen planned to help them after dealing with Empress Myrtlestar. But it seemed like they didn't need help. It was indeed not easy for the three of them to suppress a grand perfection realm god king. Among them, Lingxi's heavenly rule was the strangest. Heavenly Heart Art. She attacked right after Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan. Sui Yan had the black hole rule, while Mo Xiaolang had the two ancestral fires that could block Emperor Qingxiu's attacks. But Emperor Qingxiu couldn't block Lingxi's attacks. Heavenly rule arts were hard to defend against. Just like Long Chen's Heavenly Eye of Destiny, the One Sky technique constantly wrapped around the interior of Emperor Qingxiu's divine body. The World Tree, the Heart of Rule, and so on were all wrapped around by her. Like sharp silk threads, she pulled out streaks of blood. Heavenly Domain Quicksand. The second Heavenly Rule Spirit Art. The WeChat official lucky draw time was on the 16th, 20 p.m. The Supreme Dragon's Interest Tribe would also hold all sorts of rewards to welcome Dragon brothers and sisters. The Supreme Dragon Army was currently recruiting. If you wanted to become a Dragonblood character, a Supreme Dragon, then come to the Q Tribe Supreme Dragons. Chapter 2782. With Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan in front of her, Lingxi didn't seem to need to fight Imperial Emperor Qingxiu head-on. Imperial Emperor Qingxiu had two types of nomological laws. One was the sword, the other was the moon. Just like Empress Myrtlestar, they were both very positive and majestic nomological laws. As for Lingxi's nomological laws of the spirit, they were most important in their strangeness. Heavenly Quicksand. The second type of Heavenly Rule Spirit Art. Lingxi didn't use her two swords at all. As the fingers on her left hand moved rapidly, entangling Imperial Emperor Qingxiu's World Tree and Heart of Rule with the Art of One Heaven, her other hand seemed to absorb energy from the endless universe. As she retracted her hand, countless white spots of light suddenly appeared around Imperial Emperor Qingxiu, who was resisting the Art of One Heaven and fighting against Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan. San. Every spot of light was a sharp grain of sand. For a moment, the starry sky seemed to have opened up with countless holes. The sand covered the sky and earth like a storm, instantly drowning Imperial Emperor Qingxiu. Every grain of sand was like a sharp sword that could cut through space. Under the endless sand, Imperial Emperor Qingxiu and her demonic blue moon sword disappeared without a trace. What appeared in front of everyone was a planet engulfed by sharp sand and dust. That planet erupted with endless intense light, illuminating the world. Every grain of sand and dust was about to be sliced into the middle and rushed forward. Around this sand and dust, even the stable space in the starry sky began to collapse. Being trapped in the heavenly quicksand and tortured by the Art of One Heaven, Imperial Emperor Qingxiu must be furious. She was a god king at the great circle of the god realm of Grand Beginning, and she hadn't been humiliated like this in many years. Not to mention that on the other side, Empress Myrtlestar seemed to have been defeated by Long Chen, and her life was in danger. Crescent Moon. In his rage, he poured out his divine power like never before. Countless shattered stars in the surroundings exploded under his sword will. Before Ling Shi and the others' eyes, the heavenly quicksand was rapidly destroyed by a kind of cyan sword light. It exploded with a loud bang, and a cyan shadow shot out from within. You all deserve to be destroyed by heaven and earth. Now that Imperial Emperor Qingxiu had escaped, she naturally took the opportunity to counterattack. Bone-adhering demonic flame. But at this time, Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan were not idle. Under Soyan's rule power, the black hole that could devour everything directly blocked Emperor Qingxiu's way. The black hole's range could not be seen, and the terrifying suction force made it impossible for Emperor Qingxiu to cross the black hole to fight against them. Moreover, Mo Xiaolong's bone-adhering devil flame law had arrived. This was actually a very ordinary god spirit rule, but it had been modified by Mo Xiaolang. When the 9 serenities ancestral demon flame and the heavenly emperor ancestral flame, one hot and one cold, attached themselves to the bones, the pain produced was even more terrifying than the one heart of heaven technique. The terrifying thing about the god spirit rule was that it could hurt people invisibly. Explode. Mo Xiaolang allowed the 9 serenities ancestral demon flame and the heavenly emperor ancestral flame to fuse. But it was only a temporary fusion. The collision of hot and cold caused an intense explosion. With a loud boom, Emperor Qingshu's body was set ablaze with black and white flames. Her delicate skin was a bloody mess, and her green hair was completely charred. She looked extremely wretched and miserable. Of course, compared to the current Empress Myrtle Star, her fate was still better. To be honest, Imperial Lord Qingsu was not weak. She might be able to crush any one of the 3 of them, and it would be difficult for their attacks to kill Imperial Lord Qingsu. However, if they were to be struck by Imperial Lord Qingsu's sword Dao, they would definitely be severely injured. The problem was that Emperor Qingshu had no chance to counterattack from the start, especially since Lingxi had been using heavenly rules and spirit arts to suppress her in various ways. Heart-shattering sword finger. The third method. Emperor Qingshu had basically become a rake for her to try out her heavenly rules and spirit arts. A light finger. Soundless. In that instant, Emperor Qingshu, who had just been injured by the bone-adhering demonic flame, screamed in pain. Lingxi's silent finger had pierced the heart of her rules. This was an attack that targeted one's primordial spirit. There was no way to defend against it, unless one's primordial spirit was strong enough. If Emperor Qingshu's previous battle had been physical destruction, then this was mental damage. It caused her to feel dizzy, and her combat strength was greatly reduced. The black hole had exploded and was devouring her. A god king at the Grand Perfection realm could be devoured just like that. Under the attack of the heart-shattering sword finger, her mind was heavily injured. Mo Xiaolang had taken advantage of this moment to send her sword of demonic blue moon flying. Temporarily losing her destinable divine weapon, she was as good as defeated. Although her losses were not as severe as Empress Myrtle Star's, they had no hope of turning the tables now. It looked like it was about time. Long Chen was not the kind of person who would devour the blood of any opponent just to improve himself. After all, they were all ancestors. It was just that the Sky-Devouring clan had changed them. Even if there was a blood feud, it was between him and Di Jun. At this time, Empress Myrtle Star was about to lose her life. Long Chen stopped. He grabbed the dying Empress Myrtle Star and came before them. "You can stop now." In his dizziness, Emperor Qingshu saw Empress Myrtle Star. Husband. The 2 of them were Grand Perfection God Kings, but now they were in a worse state than the other. Such a crushing defeat was a huge blow to their morale. They could not help but cry. Just a moment ago, they had been so arrogant that they didn't think much of these 4 youths. Now they had been dealt such a heavy blow in just a short while. The 2 of them were tormented internally. Now, this group of youths only made them feel fear, especially Long Chen. He had defeated Empress Myrtle Star in a one-on-one battle. Among the gods of the dragon sacrifice, Empress Myrtle Star and Emperor Qingshu's strength, even including the demons, could barely make it into the top 10. Above them were the ultimate god kings and god emperors. Of course, Long Chen was also a little dazed. After all, Empress Myrtle Star was Xue Lanyan and Sakia Hell Demon at her peak. Today, even if she was at her peak, she would not be Long Chen's match. It did not seem like much time had passed. "How do you want to deal with us?" Emperor Qingshu looked hatefully at Long Chen. She knew the decision was up to him. Long Chen said, "I have no enmity or fate with the 2 of you. It wasn't easy for the 2 of you to attain your current accomplishments after cultivating for millions of years, so I naturally won't really take your lives. However, in order to avoid bringing trouble to us, I might have to inconvenience the 2 of you for a period of time." "Not kill us?" The 2 god kings were shocked. They were mortal enemies. In their imagination, Long Chen had killed 7 divine monarchs and killed the godly monarch of hell. He should be a bloodthirsty person. To be honest, if not for the fact that they only wanted to change the Sky-Swallowing clan, Long Chen did not mind having more people on his side. "When you meet godly Emperor Jun, please tell him that Di Yao deserves to die. Also, if he has the ability, try to chase after me in the myriad worlds. I'm just afraid that at that time, we'll see who's the cat and who's the mouse. Long Chen said calmly. He knew that Di Jun was a god emperor. But so what? He had so much power. 100 years later, who would be restricting who was still unknown? Ignorant. Ignorant. Do you know how famous Di Jun is in the myriad worlds? Our dragon sacrificial gods are indeed weak, and only 2 demon god emperors have been born in the past 10 million years. But you are the #1 god throughout the ages. Is the name of the eternal god emperor that easy to be called? It is him alone who propped up our dragon sacrificial gods. Currently, there are not many god emperors in the myriad worlds who are his match. Di Jun was so strong. Is he an ultimate god emperor? Long Chen asked. Emperor Qing Su sneered. The ultimate realm is not just the ultimate realm. Although he did not become a supreme god spirit or the Tai divine realm, he is not far from it. Now, he is the #1 supreme in the southern Taihao region. Oh. No wonder Di Yao is so arrogant. Long Chen had to thank them for giving him this information. It seemed like he had to be more careful in the future. He could not do as he pleased in the infinite worlds until he could defeat Di Jun. He had deduced Di Jun's divine power from the dragon sacrificial gods, so he should be a primordial god emperor. He did not expect Di Jun to be so far away from the other god spirits, and to be close to the Tai god realm. Little Shi, use your cyan snow to imprison them. We have to go. Cyan snow was a sealing art of Lingxi's heavenly rule. Snowflakes. Under Long Chen's control, the 2 god kings could not move. They could only let Lingxi use this magical sealing art. Long Chen, you are very young and naive. I know that the northern sacrificial god's great world is just a bunch of arrogant fools. If they had heard of Taihao region's Di Jun, the 8 primordial god emperors would not have come. Emperor Myrtlestar said coldly. Don't think we will thank you for not killing us. Emperor Qingshu raged. In the blink of an eye, 2 cyan snowflakes appeared in space. The snowflakes were huge, and upon closer inspection, one could see that Emperor Myrtlestar and Emperor Qingshu were motionless. They were trapped within, and even their lives seemed to be gone. Around the 2 cyan snowflakes were a sky full of cyan blizzard. Each snowflake was like a blade, blocking the advance of outsiders. The heavenly rule had turned this place into a blizzard zone. Let's go. They could not see him. The 4 boarded the slaughter dragon boat and continued eastward. When they were completely out of the region, Long Chen changed direction and headed north. This way. Mo Xiaolang took a look and said, Isn't the eternal god race of the sacrificial god's great world in this direction? Long Chen said, We can't go to the east anymore. Di Jun found them here, so he must know that we went to the east, so we have to go to the north. Moreover, the entire northern starry sky is so big, there are thousands of worlds, it will be very difficult to meet the eternal god race, and it sounds like the eternal god race is much easier to deal with than Di Jun, alright? They began to head north. Let's travel a little longer and go deep into the north before seeing other worlds. Yesterday the Tribe of Interest had just opened, and today, it was already 6th in the novel category. He hoped that everyone would sign in and be more active. In the future, he planned to use the Tribe of Interest sign-in ranking to do explosive updates. The Supreme Dragon Army's sign-up post had more than 2,000 replies in a day. Thank you for your support. If everyone got a good name, even if they were not that lucky, Madman would still use it, and it might even appear in a new book in the future. Madman wanted to say that writing books is the most important thing to me. For the next 10 years, I will dedicate my greatest passion here. The books will definitely be interesting, and the updates will definitely be fierce. The others are just Madman's way of finding some inspiration. Don't mind him, and there will be no such thing as giving up. I used 3 years of hard work to get to where I am today. Writing is the most important thing in my life. In 10 or even 20 years, I am prepared to write over 100 million words. Chapter 2783. From then on, they embarked on an incomparably long journey. Less than 3 months after they left, a group of uninvited guests finally arrived at the dragon sacrificial continent. Looking from above, the cruel dragon sacrificial continent still maintained its dragon form, like a huge divine dragon that stopped in the boundless starry sky. Before the epoch, the size of this divine dragon far exceeded the current dragon sacrificial continent. Above the dragon sacrificial continent, a bright eternal opal suppressed heaven and earth, suppressing the entire dragon sacrificial continent. It was like a light shield that protected this broken world. Rays of light shone brightly, and layers of creation spiritual energy poured down like a waterfall, nourishing this piece of heaven and earth. It seemed to be a flourishing world. Not far away, there was a barren planet Destiny. The dragon sacrificial continent seemed to be much more prosperous than planet Destiny. However, when they truly arrived here, they discovered that there was no one here at all. There weren't even many other living creatures. Even wild beasts, and so on, had already been moved to the god nation by Long Chen. The few remaining people were just stubborn people who wanted to stay in their homeland. There weren't many of them. They had long been prepared to perish along with this world. They knew that Di Jun, who had been chasing after Long Chen, would come here one day. Hopefully they left safely. This was probably the biggest prayer in the hearts of those who stayed behind. One day, the eternal opal flickered a few times. When they raised their heads, they could vaguely see some figures appearing around the eternal opal. However, the figures were too small, and only some martial artists with decent strength could discover them. Perhaps that godly Emperor Jun has arrived. The few remaining people didn't regret it. Back then, Long Chen had already advised them many times. They chose to stay because they wanted to take a few more glances at their homeland. These less than 1 million living creatures were very scattered. In a place as big as the 3 emperor domains, there were actually only a few people. To the gods, this number of living creatures was equivalent to almost nothing. Perhaps they already knew that there was no one here before they arrived. Hence, there was only silence and no shock. That group of people was near the eternal opal. There were more than 10 of them, and every single one of them, be it in terms of aura or divine might, was superior to the likes of the Ink Desolation godly king. They were naturally the true core of the dragon sacrificial deities. Every deity was a terrifying monster that had cultivated for tens of millions of years. Not only in the dragon sacrificial continent, but even in the myriad worlds, they were also quite famous. They were the core of the dragon sacrificial continent's myths, and were the most outstanding people among the ancient deities. Without a doubt, the leader of the group was God Emperor Jun. This deity emperor was exactly the same as the deity Long Chen had seen through Di Jun's statue. First of all, he was wearing a bright yellow golden dragon robe that was embroidered with the image of a soaring dragon. Under the surging golden waves at the corners of the robe, the sleeves of the robe fluttered high in the wind. Behind him, there was a blazing sun burning with flames dancing behind him. On that chiseled face, his long eyebrows were slightly raised, and his black jade-like pupils flickered with a warm luster. His handsome face reflected the morning sun. He had a tall nose, thin lips, and sword-like eyebrows slanted into a few strands of black hair that fell from his temples. His handsome side profile and facial contours were perfect and flawless. He carried the dignified and noble air of a deity, and his entire being emitted the aura of a king that could shake the world. At this moment, the corners of this deity emperor's mouth curled into a trace of a sinister smile that was full of penetrating power. The left side of his eyes seemed to hide the blazing sun, while the right side was empty, calm, and disdainful. He was known as the #1 deity in the ancient times. His left eye was like a blazing sun, while his right eye was illusory and mysterious. They were the blazing sun law and space law. This figure had great prestige and fame in the Taihao domain. Without him, it would be very difficult for the dragon sacrificial deities to establish a foothold in the Taihao domain where deities and demons contended for hegemony. Almost all of the others were deity kings and above, and most of them were perfection realm and ultimate realm deity kings. Each of them had the divine might to crush the black Qilin and could look down on the world. If any of them had come to the dragon sacrificial continent earlier, Long Chen probably wouldn't have ended up like this. But compared to Di Jun, even these deity emperors could only be regarded as foils. Only 2 of them could barely be on the same level as Di Jun. They were 2 strange existences, one male and one female. Both of them looked to be 13 or 14 years old. Both of them had white hair and blood-red eyes. They looked very similar. The white-haired boy had a cold expression like ice that almost froze the entire dragon sacrificial continent, while the white-haired girl had a gentle and pleasant expression. Although her red eyes were hidden with malevolence, they were also very quick-witted and pleasant. This pair of boy and girl were dressed in white robes and followed behind Di Jun barefoot. They looked like 2 children, but in fact, they were not. Judging from the attitude of those tyrannical deity kings behind them, They should be the two demon god emperors of the demon race. However, in Long Chen's mind, the demon god emperors should be tall and strong, fierce and fiendish, or at least like the Black Qilin. He absolutely didn't expect them to be two childlike teenagers. But if he underestimated them just because of this, it would be a big mistake. The combination of the three deity emperors immediately suppressed the dragon sacrificial continent. Even the perfection deity kings and ultimate deity kings behind them didn't seem to be worth mentioning. After the gods appeared, they stared at this place for a long time, especially that godly Emperor June. By now, he should have known that Di Yao had fallen and that the Origin Dragon Palace had been taken away. But he didn't seem anxious at all. In fact, it was hard to find any sadness in his expression. He was simply as expressionless as a block of wood. Tai, go and bring those three out. After a while, godly Emperor June finally spoke. Behind him, a white-haired old man answered and went down to the dragon sacrificial continent. He was probably going to bring God King Ink Desolation and the others out. Everyone continued to follow Di Jun. Long Chen had heard too many legends about this number one god of the ancient times. Ever since he first arrived at the Eternal God Domain and found out that the head of the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants, Di Jun Divine City, was built by his descendants, he knew how terrifying this existence was. At that time, he never thought that godly Emperor June would return to the dragon sacrificial continent. Then, their gazes turned to the eternal opal. However, godly Emperor Di Jun still didn't move for a long time. He stared at the eternal opal with a blazing sun in his left eye and an endless whirlpool in his right eye, which seemed to hide a vast space. Perhaps it was because of Di Yao's death. Every god was trembling with fear and didn't dare to speak to Di Jun. However, they were anxious. They already knew that Long Chen had gone to the east. The reason why he still came to the dragon sacrificial continent was because the godly emperor wanted to take the eternal opal away, as well as the three god kings and the other gods who were suppressed. However, given the urgency of the situation, why wasn't Di Jun making a move yet? Godly emperor, they have arrived. The master of Tai Divine City, Tai God King, brought Ink Desolation and the others over. After being suppressed for such a long time, everyone's faces were covered in dirt. When they finally saw Di Jun, they all knelt on the ground at the first instance and didn't say anything. This was because it was useless to say anything at this time. Di Jun, let's go. Take the eternal opal and head to the east to take revenge for Yao Er. They won't be able to escape far. There were only two people here who could call Di Jun by his name. They were the two demon god emperors. The one who spoke to Di Jun was the white-haired girl. Her voice was very tender, no different from a little girl's. If one only heard her voice, anyone would have the desire to protect her. Now, they were all waiting for Di Jun. There's no rush. Di Jun said casually. He looked at the three god kings and said, "Tell me, how did he bring everyone away?" This was something that even he couldn't do. God King Ink Desolation was stunned and couldn't help but shake his head. After being sealed, he didn't know what happened in the outside world. Di Jun casually grabbed a mortal and searched through his memories. Through this mortal's memories, he saw a huge god nation. He saw the incomparably vast world within the god nation. Amidst the endless clouds, he could vaguely see a golden palace. What a miracle! Di Jun couldn't help but sigh. Although he was sighing, he was expressionless. What he saw, the other god emperors and god kings could see as well. This scene shocked them. This palace can create a large world. We've underestimated it. The white-haired girl shook her head and sighed. In the end, we can't escape. The moment the white-haired youth spoke, the others didn't dare to speak anymore. Di Jun casually tossed the mortal aside and then waved his hand. The eternal incandescent stone not far away was shrinking. During this process, the dragon sacrificial continent was shaking violently. From where they were, they could see the earth shattering, space shattering, and all living things being destroyed. This world is too weak. But that divine star of destiny is quite interesting. There's even a curse realm. When Di Jun was collecting the eternal opal, the white-haired girl looked around curiously. It seems like we can't even enter this divine star of destiny. As for that curse realm, it seems to have disappeared. What a strange world, but it's about to be destroyed. The two demon god emperors were very close, just like two children. Whoosh! The eternal opal disappeared. This world is about to collapse. The god kings watched coldly. Below, the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Countless earthquakes, countless rivers surged, countless oceans soared into the sky, and countless lava covered the ground. A vast world was finally heading towards destruction. If this continued, there would be a day when it would be completely annihilated, leaving only dust. I can't believe it. This is actually the place we stayed in before. The white-haired girl sighed. Suddenly, Jun pressed his palm down lightly. Boom! Chapter 2784. All that was left in the starry sky was dust. The glory from billions of years ago was now dust to dust and dust to dust. Once, they ruled over the myriad worlds and were the sovereigns of the myriad worlds. The 10 great ancestor dragons were the rulers of the myriad worlds. Now everything was annihilated, leaving only endless smoke and dust that wailed in pain and refused to dissipate. Jun, God Emperor. To be honest, the gods did not expect Jun to destroy the dragon sacrificial continent so quickly. If the eternal incandescence had not appeared, the dragon sacrificial continent would have been able to hold on for a while. At the very least, the eternal god domain would have been able to hold on for a very long time. If the eternal incandescence was withdrawn after suppressing for a period of time, it would have damaged the dragon sacrificial continent structure once again. But even so, even if the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked, it would still be able to hold on until Long Chen returned. It was Jun who destroyed it with a single palm strike. In their memories, this seemed to be their homeland. They had become gods here. Later on, the dragon sacrificial continent was no longer the same as before. They could not survive, so they left for the Taihao territory and built a new home. But no matter what, it was still their homeland. Destroying it with their own hands and seeing this once glorious world turn into dust, the gods felt slightly conflicted. Of course, no one would blame Jun, especially when he had lost his daughter and did not obtain the Origin Dragon Palace. Let this world, which has long been destroyed, be buried with her. Jun muttered to himself as he looked at the chaos and smoke below. The gods understood. Even though they could not see how angry Jun was, from this sentence, they could roughly tell his determination to kill Long Chen. Mo Huang and the other 2 godly kings were scared witless. What they feared the most was that God Emperor Jun would bury them with Yao. Dip Ankara, go find the people from Thousand Paper Crane, and ask them to find Long Chen. As long as they can find traces of him, give them 10 primordial chaos immortal essences. Even though Jun had destroyed the dragon sacrificial continent, his voice was still as calm as water, as if this was not the world where he had once risen. Yes. The other godly god Dip Ankara did as Jun instructed. Tai and Dip Ankara were terrifying divine spirits that accompanied Jun all the time. Each of them was an ultimate deity king. After all, they were deity emperors, which was similar to Devil Wa at her peak. The QZZ Crane's influence was spread throughout the infinite realms. It was the most powerful intelligence organization in the infinite realms. They could usually find out what they wanted to know. Finding a deity at the level of Long Chen and an orbital-grade primordial chaos immortal spirit was already considered a lot. Jun took one last look at the scattered dust. Expressionless, he led the other immortals onto the divine warship that belonged to them and headed east. Empress Myrtle Star and Empress Qingxu were in that direction, still imprisoned by Lingxi. The only reason he knew where they were was because before the battle, he had already seen them. He sent a message to Jun about his encounter with Long Chen. Their biggest mistake was that Long Chen could actually use the Origin Dragon Palace to take away the people of the entire dragon sacrificial continent. After the gods left, the dust didn't dissipate even after a long time had passed. Instead, it condensed and formed a sphere of dust. It was the same size as the God Star of Destiny, and it would forever exist in the void. Even the Black Jade Dragon's head didn't move. The land of origin of the divine dragons and so on were all surrounded by this dust. As for the living beings, those who stubbornly wanted to stay in their homeland, they had already been shattered along with the world. If Long Chen saw this, who knew what he would think? Long Chen chose the north, but not the true north. He wandered around the endless starry sky very casually. Now, the speed of the slaughter dragon boat was much faster than the Wind Moon divine ship. In a few months, he could even find new worlds, but these worlds were too far away for now. However, these worlds were too far away from the dragon sacrificial continent. He planned to go to a new world to take a look when he was really far away from the dragon sacrificial continent. Although he had to find the things left behind by the divine dragons, the most important thing was to stay alive. After traveling for such a long time, he rarely saw other gods and demons. After all, the infinite worlds were huge. Even so, Long Chen and the others still witnessed the vastness of the infinite worlds. They had seen many worlds from afar. Although they had never entered, they could see that every world seemed to be more stable and majestic than the dragon sacrificial continent. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Unknowingly, time passed very quickly. Without fighting and devouring, he, Mo Xiaolang, and Soyan's speed of improvement had slowed down. As for Lingxi, the difficult part of the heavenly rule spirit art wasn't as easy as before. Looks like I improved too quickly before and underestimated the difficulty of cultivation. If I don't rely on devouring and just rely on the wishes of the living beings, it would still take me a while to achieve a new breakthrough. Moreover, the advancement of a divine lord is much more difficult than that of an ordinary god. The most important thing in these years was nothing more than cultivation. As for the gods in the god nation, the Dragon Emperor and the others had managed them well. At least tens of billions of dragon warriors had been created. More and more people had reached the standard of fusing with the origin dragon soul and became true divine dragons. Among them, there were divine dragons who had just fused with the soul and reached the god realm. Long Chen's god nation alone had tens of thousands of them. In terms of the number of gods, he had already crushed many worlds. For the dragon sacrificial gods, all the humans and demons added up would probably only have about 1,000 people. However, there were no divine dragons comparable to god kings yet. Even the Dragon Emperor and the others were only young dragons and had to grow slowly. As for the selection of the Supreme Divine Dragon Legion, Long Chen had already decided on a certain number of candidates. He raised the standard slightly. After all, these people could become super experts who could dominate a region in the future. Any direction was important. 3 years passed. Long Chen went deep into the northern starry sky. He passed by several worlds but didn't enter. Then another 2 years passed. He felt that he was already very deep into the northern starry sky. A total of 5 years. In these 5 years, Lingxi had comprehended a new type of heavenly rule spiritual technique. Although her cultivation realm did not rise by much and she was still a god king of the primordial stage, it was already pretty good. Moreover, she had completely comprehended the mortal sword will and was already progressing towards the man's sword will. Soyan did not move an inch forward. That was normal. After all, she was still a devil Hua who hadn't fully recovered. Mo Xiaolang, on the other hand, worked hard. Although he did not devour the flames, he was already extremely adept at controlling the 2 ancestral flames. His cultivation level was also approaching the God King realm. As for Long Chen, 5 years of quiet cultivation had allowed him to approach the Great Perfection Realm Divine Lord realm. He was actually a little anxious. But in reality, putting aside devouring, there were no geniuses in the 10,000 worlds who could improve by 1 level in 5 years. In the past 5 years, he had been going around and around. He had truly realized the vastness of the myriad world and the difficulty of Di Jun finding him. For example, if Di Jun were to head east now, even if he heard the news that he had appeared in a world in the north, he would not be able to find him. Perhaps a few years had already passed. As long as he headed in the wrong direction, it would not be easy to catch Long Chen. Therefore, Long Chen had already thought it through. He could not stay in one place for too long. To Di Jun and the rest, 10 years or even 100 years were but an instant. They might even be willing to spend several thousand years to chase after Long Chen. But to Long Chen, he might not even need such a long time to surpass Di Jun. This was a different concept of time. Di Jun and the rest might think that they would definitely be able to find Long Chen within 1,000 years. This way they would definitely not have any problems. But to Long Chen, 1,000 years was really too long. His lifespan was not that long. Long Chen did not understand the myriad world at all. Therefore, he planned to first enter a world that was still considered to be flourishing. He wanted to see what forces there were in the myriad world, who was strong and who was weak, what position Di Jun was at, and what position God Sacrifice World was at. Dragon Sacrifice Continent was an abandoned world. It would not have such information at all. It's about time. The next time we encounter a new world, we will go in and take a look. Long Chen stood up in the slaughter dragon boat and looked at the vast starry sky in front of him. 5 years was too long for him. After not fighting for so long, he was almost rusty. Now, he was thirsty. He hoped to have a good fight. It was because of the lack of battles that he was stuck in his current realm. It was not easy for him to even comprehend laws. I can finally leave this broken place. The time tunnel must be in the next world. This young master is going to be rich. Kitten jumped up and down. They continued to sail. One day, Long Chen felt a majestic aura coming from the west. That was the aura of a great world. Moreover, it was definitely a flourishing world. This world should have more deities than the Spirit Essence Star Ocean and Endless Cosmos Mountain. Long Chen changed his direction and headed towards this new world. After crossing billions of miles of starry sky, when he saw this new world, he could not help but be dumbfounded. This world is actually like this. Everyone was shocked. They had seen many worlds. There were continents, planets, and huge mountains. A mountain was comparable to the entire dragon sacrificial continent. However, they had never imagined that an entire world was actually a tree. Now they were still a little far from this world. In the starry sky, this tree did not look big. However, Long Chen estimated the distance. The size of this tree is probably many times larger than the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. Moreover, it is a real tree. Do you see it? It has countless roots that extend into the starry sky and take root on countless planets. However, these planets are just like the little balls on its roots. This giant tree, even a leaf, is probably as big as the divine dragon country. The living beings here actually live on trees. Long Chen recalled the primordial cemetery's Greenwood Sky City. It was built on a tree. However, that tree was simply too small compared to the starry sky giant wood. The myriad worlds are truly miraculous. Seeing this heaven and earth giant tree, they naturally wanted to go and see how beautiful and shocking this world was. At this time, in the divine country, Yang Lingqing was suddenly stunned. She said, "Brother, I have a strange feeling." Interesting tribe rushed to third place on the novel rankings. Thank you, brothers. Chapter 2785. The heaven and earth giant tree existed in this endless world. From afar, this giant tree had lush branches and leaves, and was no different from an ordinary tree. The biggest difference was that its countless roots were not rooted in the soil. For such a huge tree, even the dragon sacrificial continent or the spirit essence planet would not be able to support it. So in fact, it had already surpassed the scope of a tree, and was a world of its own. Trillions of leaves, trillions of branches, and a massive tree trunk with countless tree holes on it. These were all the territories of this world. Even though he was very far away, Long Chen could still sense the flourishing human presence. Presumably, the number of living beings in this giant tree was several times that of the dragon sacrificial great world and the spirit essence star ocean. A majestic aura of life assaulted his senses. This was the most flourishing world that Long Chen had ever seen. It was simply not on the same level as the dragon sacrificial dragon continent. Before even getting close, Yang Lingqing had already provided Long Chen with such crucial information. He originally wanted to get close to this world to take a look, but now it seemed that he had no choice but to go. Not only did he have to go, but he also had to go with a mission and a mission. What exactly does it feel like? Long Chen asked. Yang Lingqing said, It should be related to the inheritance blood essence of the supreme divine dragon. In this world, there should be something related to the spirit dragon. It's either the origin dragon soul of the spirit dragon, or the inheritance blood essence of the supreme divine dragon of the supreme divine dragon. Both are possible. It seems that we have to go. After all, this is the first world that we are going to enter other than the spirit essence star ocean. So, let's not be so brazen. Let's figure out what's going on in this world first. The others nodded in agreement. Let's see if there's a time tunnel inside, boss. Kitten did not forget to remind him when entering Long Chen's divine kingdom. Don't worry, even if I find it, I won't give it to you. Otherwise, you'll have to rebel. Long Chen joked. After letting them enter the divine kingdom, he put away the slaughter dragon boat and entered the time-roaming dragon's laws. He tried to hide his figure as much as possible and secretly headed towards the huge heaven and earth tree. Dragon sacrificial dragon continent, spirit essence star ocean, endless cosmos mountain. Then what was the name of one of the 10,000 worlds? With a great treasure on him, he didn't dare to be too arrogant for the time being. The myriad of worlds were so vast. Who knew how many powerful gods and demons there were? For example, this unique giant tree in front of him. Who knew if there were terrifying gods at the level of deity emperor? If he was caught, he would be speechless. Therefore, it didn't matter even if he slowed down. The closer they got, the more they were shocked by the size of the tree. According to Father, every world was created by the Creator God. Every Creator God had different attributes and thoughts, so the worlds they created were also different. In that case, it seems normal to create a tree as a world. He reckoned that some of the creatures living in this world didn't even know the full picture of the world they lived in. After all, the sky was too big. For example, if the people in the Spirit Essence Star Sea looked at it with their eyes, they would only find that they were on a flat continent. After all, the Spirit Essence Star was just too big. The trunk of this giant tree was also curved. It was just that standing on this curved surface because it was infinitely large, it was extremely flat to them. The place where Long Chen was heading was the middle and upper part of the trunk. This seemed to be a more central position. Of course, there were many creatures on the leaves and branches of the tree. The reason why he came here was because the World Tree's rule core in each god's body was located in the middle and upper part. It took a total of more than 10 days for Long Chen to completely descend into this world. Sure enough, when he landed on this trunk, what he saw was a flat land, no different from ordinary ground. If he dug deep, he should be able to dig up the wooden trunk. Now the world he saw also had mountains and trees, surging rivers, birds and fragrant flowers. Looking up, he could see the shadow of part of the giant tree's crown, a dark mass that occupied half of the sky. There were creatures everywhere around him. They couldn't see Long Chen. How is it? He asked Yang Ling Qing. The feeling is even stronger. It should be the origin dragon soul of the spiritual dragon. Yang Ling Qing was a little excited. You're about to become the first supreme dragon to fuse with the origin dragon soul. How do you feel? Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. When he was young, he promised to protect this little sister of his. Now that he was so lucky, it was also to fulfill his promise to her. I don't have any thoughts. No matter how strong I am, I still have to serve your big brother overlord. Besides, I'm still far from being familiar with the essence blood of the supreme divine dragon. You better be careful. I'm not in a hurry. Yang Ling Qing joked. However, she realized that Long Chen would definitely search for the origin dragon soul. Now that this giant tree was unknown to them, she was worried about Long Chen's safety and reminded him. It's fine. This time, we're moving our entire tribe and wandering the infinite worlds to collect the origin dragon soul and inheritance blood. This is the first battle. Long Chen quickly walked in this world. The cultivation realm of the people here was almost the same as that of the dragon's sacrificial continent. It seemed to be a new rule. Long Chen even saw some Nirvana Tribulation realm powerhouses. In terms of the level of the world, this should be similar to the dragon's sacrificial continent that was suppressed by the eternal incandescent stone. It had reached the level where god kings could fight and might even be able to give birth to god kings. This was considered to have surpassed the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. This world was considered the third level among the infinite worlds, which was the middle level. The Spirit Essence Star Ocean was below middle level, or even below. After all, it didn't even have a god king. As for the previous dragon sacrificial continent, there were already 5 levels. There must be a lot of god king powerhouses here. Let's have a preliminary understanding of this place. Long Chen walked through several cities built on this giant tree. After some screening, he found an old man in the reincarnation tribulation realm who seemed to know a lot of things. This old man was painting in his room. He was painting this giant tree. Long Chen suddenly appeared in front of him. You are. The old man was taken aback. Before he could finish speaking, Long Chen's will broke into his sea of consciousness, suppressed his essence spirit, and searched through his memories. He only cared about the part of the other party's memories that was related to this world. As for the old man's private affairs, he was naturally not interested. However, he could tell that this was a good person who had blessed the world and was respected by others. After getting the information he wanted, Long Chen left. At the same time, he left behind a gift. It was a Tao artifact that was also very useful to reincarnation tribulation realm powerhouses. Brother, how was it? Yang Ling Qing asked. Long Chen sorted out his thoughts and said, this world is called the Builder Tree. The Builder Tree is their home, their residence, and also the sacred tree in their hearts. It has a very important position in their hearts. At the same time, this world is considered to have a certain reputation among the myriad worlds. At the very least, it is much stronger than the current dragon sacrificial continent and spirit essence star ocean. Usually every 10 years or so, there will be gods and demons from other worlds passing through here. There are even forces from other worlds lying in wait here. Therefore our appearance is nothing. At the very least, it won't be as surprising as when we went to the spirit essence star ocean. The Builder Tree. Everyone remembered this name. Mo Xiaolang asked, how many experts are there in this world? Long Chen said, there are a total of 2 major races on the Builder Tree. One of them is the human race and the other is the demon race. In fact, their structure is similar to that of the dragon sacrificial continent, but their demon race mainly consists of birds and no land beasts. They have the highest bloodline of the divine beast. They call themselves the Phoenix race. The Phoenix race has the true divine beast Phoenix as their core. Almost all of them are birds with the Phoenix bloodline, such as the Fire Phoenix, Ice Phoenix, and Blood Phoenix. They are more common here. The top 5 Phoenix bloodlines are known as the 5 sacred races. However, this old man doesn't know who the 5 sacred races are. The Phoenix race occupies the crown and branches of the Builder Tree sacred tree, while the human race occupies the trunk. The human race's territory is slightly smaller, but their numbers are greater. The human race's core is located in a position similar to our World Tree's law core. There is a place there that is like a holy land to the Builder Tree human race, called the Builder Tree Divine Heavenly Palace. The Builder Tree and the Phoenix race were enemies. The human race and the Phoenix race could be considered to be mortal enemies. Battles would often break out, usually to fight for more territory. For countless eras, the 2 forces had formed a blood feud that could not be resolved. The human race was led by the Builder Tree Divine Heavenly Palace. The Phoenix race occupied the crown of the Builder Tree, and the countless leaves and branches were their resting places. The most core place should be the Phoenix Nest, where the 5 sacred races with the purest Phoenix bloodline resided. The Builder Tree Divine Heavenly Palace and the Phoenix Nest had been at odds for countless years. Generally speaking, only these 2 places would have deities appear. Are there any god emperors here? Lingxi asked. They were all the same, afraid of god emperors. If there were no god emperors, it would be easier for them to survive in this world. At least, it would be much easier for them to obtain the origin dragon soul. Long Chen smiled and said, at least from this old man's memories, there shouldn't be any. However, he isn't familiar with the deity realm and doesn't know what the strongest is. We have to find a deity to find out. But I do know that there are a total of 10 strongest people in the Builder Tree. 5 of them are the 5 leaders of the Phoenix race's 5 sacred races, and they are called the 5 sacred emperors. The remaining 5 are the strongest people of the human race, and they are called the 5 heavenly venerables. It seems that the 2 forces are equal in strength. Of course, these were the 10 strongest people that the old man knew. Chapter 2786. An old man gave Long Chen a rough idea of the Builder Tree's situation. Ordinary old men definitely wouldn't know about things that were too secretive. After all, in his memory, there was no information about the origin dragon's soul. The gods of the human race are very united. They have a strict system and are basically based on the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace. They are ruled by 5 celestial venerables who have existed for tens of millions of years. Long Chen analyzed and decided, that's why we need to go to the Builder Tree Holy Celestial Palace to find out more about the origin dragon soul. We can also find out more about the myriad worlds through the gods here. After all, we know too little about the myriad worlds. Let's not rush into the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace. We have to figure out what level the strongest people here are at. For example, ultimate godly kings are equivalent to Demon Hua at her peak. We can't deal with them right now. Given their group's current strength, Empress Myrtle Star and Empress Qingshu were about the limit. Moreover, there should be many godly kings in the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace. Long Chen brought the entire Divine Nation world in the direction of the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace. After shouldering the responsibility of all life, he would be more cautious. Although he was heading for the core position, there was still a long way to go before he reached the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace. Coming to this world, he couldn't travel too quickly, lest he attract the attention of the local gods. Along the way, Long Chen searched the memories of a few reincarnation tribulations powerhouses. The information he obtained was more or less the same, except that there were about 1,000 gods in the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace and their descendants, as well as some young geniuses of the Builder Tree human race. They were the core of the Builder Tree human race. All the important people to the gods were protected in the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace because the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace was filled with fights between the Phoenix race and the human race all year round. Human powerhouses would sneak attack the Phoenix race, and Phoenix powerhouses and even gods would suddenly descend to destroy millions of lives. The closer he got to the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace, the more powerhouses there seemed to be. It seemed that this was the core of the Builder Tree human race. There were enormous cities here that were extremely prosperous. Every single one of them had hundreds of millions of creatures living within. Long Chen had now arrived at a city. Standing at the highest point, he could see a shining palace at the end of the world. This was the place where the Builder Tree race often worshipped, the Builder Tree Divine Heaven Palace. It could be seen that countless people were looking in that direction with incomparable fanaticism and gratitude. Just as Long Chen was about to advance, a giant bird suddenly descended from the sky. It was a giant flaming bird that looked similar to a phoenix. Its entire body was enveloped in flames. This was a 9th-tier reincarnation tribulation realm demonic beast that was close to the divine soul realm. Its body was actually enveloped in true divine fire. Presumably, not many people below the divine soul realm could be its match. As the demonic beast descended, the city where Long Chen was located was instantly thrown into chaos. In an instant, countless people screamed and fled. It was as though doomsday had arrived. Perhaps they didn't expect that there would be a phoenix race that dared to attack this close to the Builder Tree Deity Celestial Palace. Hundreds of millions of people were in chaos, desolate and anxious. Skyfire Vulture. This was a type of ferocious demonic beast. It was a phoenix race that didn't fear death. Its fierce name spread far and wide, and ordinary people were most afraid of it. The Skyfire Vulture's attacks were all suicidal. This was probably the reason why it had chosen this city so close to the Builder Tree Divine Heaven Palace. Help! Heavenly God, save us! The chaotic city caused a huge riot. For a moment, just their own people stepping on their own people caused rivers of blood to flow. In the city, many experts rushed into the sky to fight against the Skyfire Vulture. But Long Chen could see that although there were also 9th-tier reincarnation tribulation realm experts in the city, they could only resist the true divine fire. When the Skyfire Vulture controlled the divine fire to fly over, the experts were simply turned into ashes. Whoosh! The Skyfire Vulture screeched coldly, burning several experts into charcoal. It swooped down, its wings already gathering a large amount of divine fire. As long as it swooped down, the hundreds of millions of people would probably be instantly turned into ashes. Since he was nearby, Long Chen naturally wouldn't sit back and watch. He was about to attack, but he stopped because a young deity was already charging over. He came from the direction of the Builder Tree Divine Heaven Palace. This was a true deity. His entire body was burning with dark green flames, and he wore thick divine armor. He was somewhat similar to God King Ink Desolation. His cultivation level was roughly at the ultimate realm of the Taiji Divine Realm. When he attacked, his chest felt heavy. A few casual punches could shake the heavens and earth, shattering the void and directly killing the Skyfire Vulture. Lowly, cunning humans, listen up. This time, our Phoenix race will definitely take back the Builder Tree Divine Soul. Just wait and see. Our 5 Saint Emperors will definitely kill you 5 dogs hit Celestial Venerables. Before the Skyfire Vulture died, it screeched shrilly, causing many in the city to lose their hearing and suffer heavy injuries. Noisy! The young deity ended its life and dismembered its corpse. The corpse fell into the city and was snatched by countless humans. To them, the corpse of the Phoenix race was good stuff. Share it with the injured. The young deity's eyes were like torches as he berated. Instantly, no one dared to snatch it. After he was done, he didn't stay any longer. He prepared to return to the Builder Tree Divine Heaven Palace. Long Chen observed him for a while. This was a young deity. It seemed like his talent was not bad. He was a well-known figure among the trillions of living beings here. He could be considered the most supreme genius of the Builder Tree Divine Heaven Palace. He knew more things than ordinary people. For example, the Builder Tree Divine Soul that they had mentioned earlier. Please wait. Long Chen left the city and waited for him in a valley. Who? The azure-armored young deity was given a fright. Anyone who could speak into his ear without being discovered by him was basically a deity, and they were all very terrifying. However, he was skilled and daring. After discovering Long Chen's location, he hurriedly rushed over and instantly stood in front of Long Chen. First, he discovered that Long Chen was a human and not a phoenix. He relaxed a little. However, he was very familiar with all the Builder Tree Divine Heaven Palace's deities. Long Chen seemed to be a divine lord stronger than him. He said, "Who are you? Why are you sneaking around here? My Builder Tree Divine Heaven Palace has never seen you before. Hurry up and tell me your name." However, Long Chen smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions towards you. How about this? You just need to answer one of my questions and I will tell you my identity. Don't worry. I am a human. I was just about to kill that Skyfire vulture, but you beat me to it." To be honest, Long Chen slightly used the Eye of Desire. This was a rule that affected the other party's mind, especially when the other party was just a deity in the Tai Chi divine realm. Under the influence of the rule of Long Chen's Eye of Desire, he subconsciously removed his guard against Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen could not directly explore his memory. After all, he was a deity. "Ask away," the young deity said subconsciously. If not for the Eye of Desire, he would not be so straightforward. "Do you know if any of the 5 celestial venerables have broken through the god realm of absolute beginning and become a deity emperor? Or, do you know if there are hidden deity emperors in our world?" His question was based on the fact that there were no deity emperors. If the young deity felt that his question was strange, it meant that the 5 celestial venerables were deity emperors. Then, his question had a logical problem. If that was the case, Long Chen would have to seal the young deity emperor and leave immediately. Even if there was an origin dragon soul here, he was not willing to fight against a deity emperor now, lest he lost everything. Fortunately, the young deity did not find it strange. "I don't think so. I remember that the 5 celestial venerables are all at the ultimate realm of the god realm of absolute beginning, close to a deity emperor. The Builder Tree has never produced a deity emperor. How could it be so easy? If we had a deity emperor expert, we would have destroyed the Phoenix clan long ago and unified the Builder Tree," the young deity said. "In that case, the 5 saint emperors and the 5 celestial venerables were all ultimate realm deity kings. Although I can't defeat them, I won't be completely suppressed. It won't be a big problem for me to escape. I won't be completely helpless. It seems that there is still hope for the origin dragon's soul." As long as it was not completely hopeless, Long Chen was willing to give it a try. After all, this was the mission that Long Qinglan had given him. He had to make sure that his death was worth it. "So, who are you?" At this moment, the young deity became vigilant again. Long Chen looked at him and said word by word, "I come from another world. I just came to this Builder Tree and I just found out that this place is made up of the human race and the Phoenix clan. I am also a human like you. Now that I have wandered to this place, I can make friends with you. What do you think? At least I don't like the demon race. In my world, it is also the human race and the demon race fighting against each other. However, the demon race is not only composed of birds. There are many types of demons." "Really?" The young deity was a little excited. "You actually come from another world. To be honest, you are the first person from another world that I have seen with my own eyes." He was a little excited and introduced himself. "My name is Wan Qing. What about you?" Name. If he directly said that he was Long Chen, it would be giving Di Jun clues to find him. He changed his name slightly and said, "My name is Yang Chen." He hadn't used his old name for a long time. Wan Qing said excitedly, "Since you are a human, of course you won't be in the same team as the Phoenix clan. However, our Builder Tree has a rule that foreign gods and demons must first meet the 5 heavenly venerables. I would like to invite you to our Builder Tree Divine Heavenly Palace. Since you have just arrived, I can welcome you. Also, we can also become friends. You can tell me what exactly it was like back then." Long Chen smiled and said, "That's not a problem. I am also very interested in this Builder Tree. Let's talk while we walk. Everyone, remember to sign in at the Supreme Dragon's tribe. Signing in for 7 days can light up the label of a hardcore fan." Chapter 2787. In the process of heading to the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace with the young deity, Wan Qing, Long Chen fabricated a world for him. After all, it was not convenient to talk about the dragon sacrificial continent. Of course, he used the dragon sacrificial continent as the model, coupled with what he had seen and heard in the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, as well as the few worlds he had passed by. A flat piece of land? It said that in the myriad worlds, the most common world is a huge planet, followed by land. It said that there's only one world like our Builder Tree in the myriad worlds, so we are indeed very unique. Speaking of this, Wan Qing was very proud. Through the conversation, he found out that the world Long Chen was in was called the Firmament Continent. There were a total of 12 gods, and the strongest was only a divine monarch at the primordial realm. It is much more difficult for you to become the strongest in a world than to become a divine monarch here. However, there are only 1 trillion living beings in your world, which is indeed quite a small number. Speaking of which, the feeling of being a supreme being at the peak must be wonderful. If I were you, I would definitely not want to travel the myriad worlds if I could control a world, because there are just too many experts in the myriad worlds. Wan Qing said emotionally. Long Chen smiled and said, "That is indeed what I thought when I became the strongest in the beginning. However, it has been going on for countless years, and everyone is bowing to me. After a long time, I will also feel bored and annoyed. Moreover, the feeling of not being able to improve my cultivation is really uncomfortable, so I chose to travel. You will experience this feeling when you become the controller of the Builder Tree." No, that is absolutely impossible. Wan Qing was shocked. He did not dare to think of becoming the strongest in the Builder Tree. If the elders knew about it, he would definitely be punished. However, he agreed with what Long Chen said. "I really admire you." A powerful deity with a goal should constantly challenge his own limits. He seemed to have become familiar with him. Long Chen used the Eye of Wishes while conversing with him to obtain information regarding the Builder Tree Divine Heaven Palace. Finally, he found out that the Builder Tree Divine Heaven Palace had a total of 5 final realm godly kings, which were the 5 heavenly venerables. Then, there were actually 10 perfected realm godly kings, collectively known as the 10 Great Sacred Venerables. There were also more than 10 primordial realm godly kings. The dragon sacrificial deities didn't have that many god kings, but there was a god emperor. It was indeed a miracle, and it wasn't an ordinary god emperor. It was the same for the Phoenix clan. Although there were many god kings at the Great Perfection Realm, they couldn't do anything to Long Chen. Long Chen was mainly afraid of a total of 10 ultimate god kings. Alright, what exactly is the Builder Wood Saint's soul that the demonic beast mentioned just now? The young god was shocked. Seeing that there was no one around, he dared to whisper to Long Chen, "The Builder Wood Saint's soul is the most mystical and precious thing in the world of the Builder Tree. It exists inside the Builder Tree and is the soul of this entire world. Anyway, it's very important. Whoever possesses the Builder Wood Saint's soul can make the entire race prosper and constantly produce experts." Now that the Builder Wood Saint's soul has been held by the human race for millions of years, the Phoenix clan is anxious. Their new generation is already inferior to us. Oh, it was impossible for a world to have a soul. Therefore, although it was called the Builder Wood Saint's soul, it might not have anything to do with the Builder Tree. Long Chen asked again, "Then, do you know what the Builder Wood Saint's soul looks like?" Wan Qing shook her head and said, "It's best if you don't ask too much. If the other gods find out, I'm afraid they will suspect your motives. If you want to stay in the Jianmu Holy Tree for a little longer, you still have to abide by the rules here. After all, this is no longer your previous world. I also have to let the elders see you to confirm if what you said is true." "Oh, that's fine. I'm just asking out of curiosity." Long Chen didn't mind. The most important thing was to know the general strength of the Builder Tree gods. Now that he had a basis, he wasn't afraid of appearing in front of the gods of the Builder Tree. "We're here." The Builder Tree Divine Palace was in front of them. It was a huge palace comparable to the Origin Dragon Palace. It was pure white like a celestial palace, surrounded by celestial chi. It was built at the core of the Builder Tree. This was actually an order-level creation artifact. Grade 5. To be honest, a Grade 5 creation artifact was already considered a very precious item in the infinite worlds. There were not many god kings who could possess it. In this Builder Tree Divine Palace, there were about 1,000 gods. Entering this Builder Tree Divine Palace is equivalent to being imprisoned by the master of this place. It won't be so easy to get out. However, if I don't even dare to enter the Builder Tree Divine Palace, how can I find the origin dragon soul? Long Chen followed the young god Wan Qing and approached the magnificent palace. Qing'er, how is it? Yang Ling Qing said. This position should be the closest to the origin dragon soul. If I'm not wrong, it should be suppressed under the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace. The Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace should be blocking a gap. Oh, in that case, the Builder Tree Saint Soul they were talking about is 80% the origin dragon soul of the spirit dragon. It seems like this is really fate. The world we came to for the first time actually has a origin dragon soul. This time, Long Chen swore not to rest until he obtained the origin dragon soul. Once he obtained it, he decided to leave this place. Of course, he also wanted to know more about the infinite worlds. However, Wan Qing didn't know much, so he had to ask the stronger gods. Wan Qing had already informed the interior of the Builder Tree Divine Palace. There were several gods guarding the door, but they were all at the Taiji Divine Realm and weren't considered strong. Long Chen's Divine Kingdom had a bunch of them. Seeing Wan Qing bring Long Chen over, they bowed slightly and looked straight ahead as if they couldn't see Long Chen. Following Wan Qing, he entered the Builder Tree Deity Celestial Palace. It was another world inside, a forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Only the noblest of people could live here. To ordinary people, this was simply a world of gods. The entire Builder Tree Divine Palace, the gods, and some important people or geniuses from all over the Builder Tree Divine Tree numbered about 10,000 people. They were the core of the Builder Tree human race. Wan Qing brought Long Chen to a palace not far from the palace. They hadn't even entered the depths of the Builder Tree Divine Palace. Wan Qing's expression changed a little. He said, "Wait here for a while. My master will come to see you first. Then, he will bring you to see the 5 celestial venerables. We need to confirm your identity." As he spoke, he was about to leave. "Why aren't you here to accompany me, Wan Qing?" Long Chen smiled at him. This made Wan Qing nervous. "Don't worry. My master definitely won't do anything to you as long as you don't harbor any ulterior motives." Wan Qing's eyes burned with passion. From the looks of it, he still had his doubts. "Wan Qing, get out." At this time, a deep and heavy voice rang out. From the darkness of the palace, a middle-aged man wearing a long green robe walked out. His eyes were dark green and his body was slender. What was most special about him was that his eyebrows were extremely long, like long hair that hung down his back. This man's entire body exuded a kind of sovereign pressure and divine might. He had been secretly fighting against Long Chen and wanted to suppress Long Chen the moment he appeared. "All right." Wan Qing hurriedly retreated. The palace closed and suddenly transformed into a small world, sealing Long Chen within. This was another creation divine artifact, but it was a creation-grade creation divine artifact. It belonged to the man in front of him. He was a god monarch, similar to the god monarch of hell. He was a primordial god monarch. To have a primordial god monarch as his master, it seemed that Wan Qing's status was not low. "I'm Sovereign Emu. You're Yang Chen, right? You're from the Firmament Continent." After restraining Long Chen, the man squinted his eyes and looked at Long Chen. To him, victory was in his grasp. From the moment Wan Qing met him, he had sent a message to Sovereign Emu. It was Sovereign Emu's idea to lure him here. Now that it was a time of war, he had to be extremely careful, especially to guard against the spies sent by the Phoenix clan. Long Chen knew what they were guarding against. However, to obtain the origin dragon soul, he had to go deep into their territory to create more opportunities. He was not worried, because he was not a spy of the Phoenix clan. So he said straightforwardly, "Are you Wan Qing's master?" "That's right. I'm Yang Chen." "In that case, you should know the content of my conversation with Wan Qing. But why are you so cautious? Are you suspecting that I'm a spy of the Phoenix clan?" Sovereign Emu smiled and said, "Just now, you said that you were a human from another world. It was indeed easy to fool us. The Phoenix clan must have thought so too, so they sent you here. Now that you've been exposed, what do you want to do?" As he spoke, he walked towards Long Chen step by step. Long Chen was only a divine lord at the primordial god realm, so it was naturally easy for him to capture Long Chen. so he was not worried at all. Long Chen smiled and said, "Then I'm curious. If the Phoenix clan had my help, they wouldn't need a spy at all. They could just start a war and annihilate the Jianmu clan." Sovereign Emu was startled and couldn't help but laugh. He said, "You're quite calm. You're still joking with me at this time." Long Chen said, "Indeed, joking with me at this time is purely courting death. So if Sovereign Emu wants to kill me, you might as well do it earlier." He had already said it to this extent. "You seem to be very confident." He was not so sure, so he asked in return. Long Chen did not answer, but looked at him with a smile. Even Sovereign Emu was stunned by him. "You've succeeded. I'd like to try and see how strong you are." As soon as Sovereign Emu said this, he saw Long Chen's eyes, the heavenly eye of destiny in his left eye and the eye of desire in his right eye. The heavenly eye of destiny instantly suppressed Sovereign Emu to his knees, while the eye of desire made him stretch out his hands to strangle his throat and torture him. During this process, Sovereign Emu's eyes were wide open and he could not break free at all. Chapter 2788. Sovereign Emu was horrified. An primordial divine lord could suppress him, a divine king, with just his eyes. He couldn't move and was completely suppressed, even to the point of self-mutilation. He couldn't even understand why he had attacked himself. What was he doing? Why couldn't he control his hands? "Who exactly are you?" Sovereign Emu calmed down. Although he found it hard to believe, he still accepted the fact that the other party might have the strength to crush him. However, this was the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace, so he didn't have to worry at all. "Do you think I'm a spy from the Phoenix race? Isn't it too wasteful to use me as a spy?" Long Chen smiled faintly. His relaxed smile made Sovereign Emu's heart even heavier. He dared to enter the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace alone with 5 heavenly venerables, and he wasn't worried at all. Just this courage alone wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. Of course, if he had once been the ruler of a world, it would be normal for him to have such courage. After all, anyone who could become number 1 in a world was basically a terrifying lunatic. He must be hiding something. Then, it was time for the 5 heavenly venerables to show themselves. This was the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace, and it was under the control of the 5 heavenly venerables at all times. At this moment, Sovereign Emu removed the Creation Divine artifact that he used to control Long Chen. Long Chen returned to the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace. Surrounding him was the dense forest of the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace. It was boundless, and there were thousands of divine spirits living here. At this moment, many divine spirits had gathered to watch. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. More and more divine spirits gathered and watched in horror as Long Chen chatted and laughed. Meanwhile, Sovereign Emu was in a sorry state, and his face was pale. "Master." Wan Qing wasn't far away. He thought that his master had already interrogated Long Chen, but he never expected such a scene to happen. He immediately became anxious and wanted to help Sovereign Emu out of his predicament. He had completely forgotten the huge gap between him and Long Chen and Sovereign Emu. "Go back." Sovereign Emu casually waved his hand and immediately sent Wan Qing flying back. At this moment, there were already hundreds of divine spirits gathered. "Who is that young man?" "I don't know. It looks like he's in the Sir God realm, which isn't much. But why did Sovereign Emu suffer in front of him?" Sovereign Emu's strength can be ranked in the top 30, or even the top 20. Could it be that this youth can defeat a god king? The gods were all pointing at each other. Long Chen now looked very kind, and Sovereign Emu had also regained his stability. They were waiting for the 5 celestial venerables to arrive. "Emu." The celestial venerables had not arrived yet, but many god kings had arrived and stood together with Sovereign Emu. There were more than 10 god kings in total, and a few were perfected god kings equivalent to Empress Myrtlestar and Imperial Lord Qingshu. The rest were primordial god kings. Those who could become god kings were the cream of the crop among the trillions of lives. Every one of them was an overlord of the Builder Tree. The Builder Tree celestial race's numbers increased, and in the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of divine spirits. Most of their laws were related to wood, and they combined to form a massive divine pressure. They wanted to take Long Chen down a notch, but it was not very effective. They did not know that there were tens of thousands of existences equivalent to gods in Long Chen's divine kingdom. Most of the god kings had also arrived. Sovereign Emu was relieved. It seemed that Long Chen was not here to cause trouble. If he was here to cause trouble, he would have already done so earlier. He would not cause trouble now that there were so many experts. The god kings did not move for the time being. Long Chen looked at each and every one of them. To be honest, he had never seen so many god kings in his life. This was just a mere builder tree. It seemed that there were countless experts in the infinite realms. Even the god realm of Grand Beginning, the king of gods, seemed to be nothing. Friend, welcome to our builder tree and our builder tree divine celestial palace. At this moment, the 5 strongest god kings appeared. They stood in front of all the other god kings. These 5 were probably the strongest that Long Chen had seen in his life. Of course, the dragon attendant and the others were not included. The 5 of them were final godly monarchs, equivalent to Devil Wa at her peak. They were the 5 celestial venerables of the builder tree celestial race. They looked different and were good at different laws, but they were all related to trees. This was probably the unique characteristic of the builder tree celestial race. But the same thing was that the 5 celestial venerables gave Long Chen a rather dangerous feeling. It was very terrifying. It made him deeply understand that he had to pay attention to these 5 guys. After all, these 5 were characters who had ruled the builder tree celestial race for tens of millions of years. Fortunately, on the surface, they did not seem to have any ill intentions for the time being. It was just nice that he could make use of them. If he wanted to get the origin dragon's soul, it was impossible to grasp the opportunity without understanding them. Unless Long Chen could defeat the 5 of them together, he would not have to put in so much effort. Long Chen smiled and said, "Junior greets the 5 celestial venerables. I believe Sovereign Emu has already explained my origin to you. I do come from another world, and I am also the strongest person in that world. But my real combat power is not only at the divine monarch level. I left the firmament continent to pursue a stronger path. I wandered around the myriad worlds and saw the magical builder tree in the starry sky. I was curious, so I came here." After he said this, the gods started discussing. He actually came from another world. This is a god from a different world. From his appearance, he doesn't look much different from us. I guess it's because we are all humans. After hearing what he said, the 5 celestial venerables looked at each other with a smile on their faces. At this moment, one of them asked, "When I was young, I traveled to many places, but I have never heard of a world called the firmament continent. You didn't make this up, did you?" Long Chen smiled and said, "Senior, may I ask if you have heard of the Spirit Essence Galaxy?" The other party shook his head. Long Chen said, "That's right. Be it the firmament continent or the Spirit Essence Galaxy, they are incomparable to the builder tree in terms of world level. There are many small worlds hidden in the corners of the myriad worlds. I happened to pass by the Spirit Essence Galaxy on my trip this time. To be honest, the strongest god there is only a divine monarch at the primordial realm. It is normal that you have never heard of a small world like ours." The 5 of them chuckled. One of them, a hunchbacked old man with withered yellow hair, said, "In that case, welcome to the builder tree. I am one of the 5 celestial venerables, central heavenly venerables, and I am the oldest." Their characteristics were very obvious. Their bodies were more or less similar to trees. For example, the central heavenly venerables, his hair was very similar to the withered yellow tree roots. The other 4 were also introduced casually. They were a golden-haired middle-aged man, East Pole heavenly venerables, a middle-aged man in a red robe, South Pole heavenly venerables, a woman in a black dress, mysterious and gloomy, North Pole heavenly venerables, Waterwood heavenly venerables, and the last one was a short, fat, and round old woman, West Pole heavenly venerables, Earthwood heavenly venerables. East, South, West, North, and Central. The 5 celestial venerables were the people of the builder tree. They were the most noble gods with extraordinary status. The legends about each of them could be written into a thick book. Each of them was destined by the heavens and had created countless glorious achievements. They led the human race and the phoenix race in several glorious wars, and had outstanding achievements. Heavenly Venerable Huangmu asked, "We naturally believe what you said, but for the sake of the Zhenmu clan's safety, we still have to ask Sir Yang Chen, what's your purpose for coming to the sacred tree?" Long Chen replied, "Actually, I don't have any purpose. The biggest purpose of my trip this time is to see more of the outside world, fight a few more battles, and find a way to break through. This time, when I came to the builder tree, I found out that there are also humans here. Coincidentally, I met Wan Qing. He said that foreign gods must meet the 5 celestial venerables, so I came here. But when I came here, Emperor Emu seemed to think that I was a spy of the Phoenix race. In desperation, I could only prove that I was not a spy and fought with Emperor Emu. I was rude. In that case, it was naturally perfect. Presumably, the 5 celestial venerables were most interested in his strength. Hearing what Longchen said, and looking at Emperor Emu's embarrassed appearance, the gods couldn't help but guess that Longchen was stronger than Emperor Emu. East Pole Heavenly Venerable's Golden Wood said, "Brother Longchen, I heard that you were willing to help us against the Phoenix race, right?" That was what Longchen said to Emperor Emu, but he changed it a little. Longchen said that's not the case. It's mainly because we're all from the human race, and I still want to take a look around the builder tree. However, it's not right for me to wander around in your territory. So, if you need me, the 5 heavenly venerables can also let me know. Just treat it as making friends. If the 5 of you don't mind that I'm weak. Central Heavenly Venerables Baron smiled. Of course I don't mind. Of course, they were still deeply guarded against Longchen. Guarded against, used. What they valued was Longchen's strength. He could easily defeat Emperor Emu, and could indeed be of great help to the builder tree race. No matter what his purpose was, as long as they used him well, they could deal a heavy blow to the Phoenix race. This must be the real intention of the 5 celestial venerables. I mind. At this moment, a discordant voice was heard, and the gods hurriedly retreated, making way for a path. In Longchen's vision, a green-haired brown-eyed young man walked over with an enchanting female deity in his arms. His eyes were evil, and his expression was arrogant, very domineering. Although there were elders around, he didn't care, and his hands moved up and down the female deity's body, causing the woman to keep whining, and her eyes were blurred. Who is this? To dare to be so arrogant in front of the 5 celestial venerables, and even talk back and be so unrestrained. His identity should be very special, especially when they saw him appear. Almost all the deities were secretly afraid, and quickly retreated, worried that they would block this guy's path. Green Lightning Saint. Who is he with again? Isn't that Yu Yen? Isn't she with Wan Qing? Chapter 2789. The process was interrupted. Longchen looked over carefully. Since that young god was called Green Lightning Holy Venerate, he should be one of the Holy Venerates. The Jianmu celestial race had 5 heavenly venerates and 10 holy venerates, and the strength of the 10 holy venerates was at the perfection realm God King realm. This Green Lightning Saint Venerable was the youngest among the 10 Saint Venerables, which was why he was so unique. However, since he dared to be so arrogant in front of the 5 heavenly venerables, he should have some other identity. He's so young, yet his cultivation base has already reached the great perfection realm. There's no such person in the dragon sacrifice pantheon. It seems like Sacred Venerate Green Lightning is the strongest genius in the entire builder tree human race. He was definitely the future successor that the 5 heavenly venerables had groomed. He was even their hope of defeating the Phoenix race. However, the Taiji divine realm deity called Yu Yen in his arms was someone that Wan Qing liked. She and Wan Qing used to be a couple. No matter what, the appearance of Green Lightning Saint Venerable attracted everyone's attention. No one paid attention to Longchen anymore. Yu Yen. Wan Qing's entire body trembled, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked at Green Lightning Saint Venerable and the enchanting goddess in his arms furiously. What are you doing? Tell him. Green Lightning Saint Venerable smiled wickedly and lowered his head to speak to the woman in his arms. The deity called Yu Yen muster her courage and said to Wan Qing, Big brother Wan Qing, I like him. We have nothing to do with each other in the future. He will treat me very well. Don't worry. What? Wan Qing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't help but tear up. If not for his master, Sovereign Emu, suddenly appearing beside him and pulling him back, he probably wouldn't have been able to control himself. However, in front of Green Lightning Saint Venerable, he was simply too lowly. Qing, let's go. Sovereign Emu pulled him back. No, Yu Yen, he's just toying with you. It's not like you don't know how many people he has toyed with, Wan Qing roared. Yu Yen shook her head. He treats me differently. Don't worry. They were childhood sweethearts who grew up together and cultivated together. Saint Green Lightning frowned slightly and said, "Emu, watch your disciple's mouth. If he lets me hear another word, I'll tear him apart. From today onwards, Yu Yan is mine. Don't bother her." He stretched out his arms and pulled Yu Yan into his embrace, looking down at Wan Qing from above. "Let's go." Sovereign Emu pulled Wan Qing into the divine kingdom and left without saying a word. Even he was inferior to Sacred Venerable Green Lightning, let alone Wan Qing. Sacred Venerable Green Lightning was someone that Wan Qing could not afford to offend. It was even possible that in the next tens of millions of years, the Build-A-Tree would belong to Sacred Venerable Green Lightning. He could tell that this guy was very shameless, but he was also very powerful. From the reverence the gods had for him, it could be seen that even the other holy venerables did not dare to criticize his words and actions. As for the celestial venerables, they were also somewhat helpless. "My 5 good masters, how can I miss out on such a lively day?" After Wan Qing and the others left, Sacred Venerable Green Lightning looked over with a smile. His gaze finally landed on Long Chen, and he looked at Long Chen with a mocking gaze. "Oh." Long Chen roughly understood. The Builder-Tree race and the Builder-Tree race had been fighting for countless years, and their hatred ran deep. Each race wanted to completely annihilate the other race. Once one race had no successors, they would lose to the other. Hence, they placed great importance on nurturing the new generation of powerhouses. Sacred Venerable Green Lightning was able to become one of the top 10 holy venerables at such a young age. His talent was extraordinary, and he fully deserved to be the #1 of the new generation of gods. Perhaps it was because they had nurtured this guy that the 5 celestial venerables were extremely excited. The 5 of them had accepted Sacred Venerable Green Lightning as their disciple and nurtured him by all means possible. That was how Sacred Venerable Green Lightning's current status was built. Apart from the 5 celestial venerables, no one dared to provoke him. The 5 celestial venerables were his masters, so they would naturally protect him. Once Sacred Venerable Green Lightning became a celestial venerable, he would definitely crush the Phoenix race. It could be seen how precious Sacred Venerable Green Lightning was now. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have been able to develop such an arrogant and despotic personality. From the doting looks in the eyes of the 5 celestial venerables, it could be seen that as long as he didn't destroy the Builder-Tree Divine Celestial Palace, they wouldn't blame him. This was indeed troublesome. "Green Lightning, stop messing around. This is our guest," Northern Pole Heavenly Venerable Waterwood said very gently. This black-dressed woman didn't speak much, but she was very cold. She would only show her gentleness to Sacred Venerable Green Lightning. "Guest, didn't he just defeat Emu? What kind of guest is he? If he wants to stay on our Builder-Tree Sacred Tree and climb on our thighs, he has to show his value. What kind of guest is someone without value? If you guys aren't going to test his strength, I'm going to make a move." Sacred Venerable Green Lightning walked over to Long Chen. His eyes were like 2 vast lightning pools. Countless green lightning bolts were exploding within them. His gaze pierced Long Chen's body, making him feel a little uncomfortable. "Green Lightning, stop messing around." Heavenly Venerable Desolate Wood, who was in the middle, glared at him. However, he didn't look serious. Long Chen understood that the 5 celestial venerables also wanted to test his capabilities. After all, he was a ticking time bomb to them. Sacred Venerable Green Lightning was one of the top celestial venerables. He also had the greatest hope of reaching the ultimate realm in the future. The 5 celestial venerables were very confident in him. Every bit of progress he made was a huge matter for the 5 celestial venerables. Now, what the 5 celestial venerables looked forward to the most was for their common disciple to become a celestial venerable. At that time, it would be the doomsday of the Phoenix clan. Sacred Venerable Green Lightning stretched out his hand and caressed the beauty's cheek. He nonchalantly stuck out his tongue and licked her face. He made an intoxicated expression and said, "You old fellows really like to be polite with others. The other party obviously wants to join us and find us a backer. In return, he will help us deal with the Phoenix clan. This is originally a transaction. Since you guys don't want to inspect the goods, let me do it. Your Excellency Yang Chen, what do you think?" At the end of his words, his pair of green lightning eyes stared at Long Chen with a burning gaze. Beside him, the beauty was trembling with excitement. Sacred Venerable Green Lightning's current expression made her anxious. This peerless genius's personality and strength were so strong that any woman wouldn't be able to resist the temptation even if they knew that they would get hurt. Sacred Venerable Green Lightning had never been defeated in his journey to becoming a god. In the eyes of everyone, he was always terrifying. Many people wanted to defeat him to become famous, but they all ended up in a miserable state. The thousands of gods around them were also in an uproar. Sacred Venerable Green Lightning was going to attack again. Looks like this young Chen is going to be unlucky. Yeah, being targeted by Sacred Venerable Green Lightning. Even the 5 heavenly venerables can't do anything about it. Who asked Sacred Venerable Green Lightning to be such a genius? The 5 heavenly venerables are all his masters. Even the Saint Venerables pretended not to see anything at this time. They originally had plans to test Long Chen, but they didn't expect Sacred Venerable Green Lightning to be interested. Facing such an invitation, Long Chen suddenly smiled and said, "Actually, what you said makes sense. I'm also a very direct person, and I don't like to beat around the bush. Since I'm here at the Zhenmu Sacred Tree, of course I should have fun. You must be the pinnacle genius of the Zhenmu Sacred Tree. To be honest, I couldn't ask for more than you to test me." In fact, the gods wanted to see Long Chen be afraid and embarrassed. They didn't expect him to really agree, and in such a relaxed manner. He probably doesn't know how terrifying Sacred Venerable Green Lightning is. Yeah, among the 10 Saint Venerables, there aren't many who can suppress Sacred Venerable Green Lightning. Moreover, he has cultivated the orderly level boundless divine technique that only the heavenly venerables have. Even his natal tree is of the orderly level. Among the Saint Venerables, only Green Lightning Saint has such treatment. This foreign god came from such a small world. How can he fight against Sacred Venerable Green Lightning? That's right, it's the orderly level Tai Greenwood Thunderbolt technique. We humans have a total of 6 orderly level boundless divine techniques, which are owned by the 5 heavenly venerables and Sacred Venerable Green Lightning Saint. Moreover, the power of the Tai Greenwood Thunderbolt technique is said to be ranked in the top 3 among all the orderly level boundless divine techniques. The Tai Greenwood Thunderbolt technique is fierce and domineering, with 2 sets of Greenwood and Thunder rules. From the conversations of the people around, he vaguely understood this Sacred Venerable Green Lightning. To be honest, his combat power should be above Empress Myrtlestar's. He wasn't an ignorant and incompetent hedonist, but a ruthless and domineering cultivation genius who had gathered the most supreme resources of the Zhenmu divine clan. If Wan Qing wanted to fight with him, he would indeed be seeking death. To Long Chen, this was also a super difficult opponent to deal with. When he heard Long Chen's words, Sacred Venerable Green Lightning's gaze hardened. He didn't expect Long Chen to agree. This was Long Chen's first counterattack against him. Interesting. Then don't stay in this Zhenmu Divine Palace anymore. Follow me out. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he comforted the jade face. Then, he glanced at Long Chen and said, "Leave if you have the guts." After saying that, he turned into Green Lightning and instantly rushed out of the Zhenmu Divine Palace. "Young Chen, I'm really sorry. Our disciple is too naughty," Heavenly Venerable Desolate said apologetically. In fact, it was just for show. Testing Long Chen was their original intention. "It's fine." Long Chen looked past the jade face and at the woman who was still intoxicated by the charm of Sacred Venerable Green Lightning. Then, he also left the Zhenmu Divine Palace. Behind him was the mighty Zhenmu Divine Clan. Of course, they wouldn't miss this battle. "Wait for me." Yu Yan hurriedly chased after him. Her identity was different now. Along the way, the gods had to make way for her so that she wouldn't have to agree to Sacred Venerable Green Lightning. "What are you so proud of? It won't be long before you're abandoned. When that time comes, you won't even have your life." A few female deities whispered to each other. Their eyes were extremely red. Chapter 2790. Right now, they were already in the starry sky. Looking down from the starry sky, one could see the endless trunk of the builder tree below, while the even larger trunk and endless leaves were in another direction. The further away one was from the builder tree, the clearer one could see its full appearance. The lowest life forms living on the builder tree could not imagine how huge this world was. It was just like when Long Chen was in the Divine Dragon Nation. He did not know how huge the entire dragon sacrificial continent was. In front of him was Holy Venerate Green Lightning, who was surrounded by a web of green lightning. His eyes were like lightning, and bolts of lightning were bursting out. His entire body was wrapped in green lightning that looked like tree branches, roots, or vines. It was an extremely terrifying sight. "I don't like to talk nonsense. Let's fight." Holy Venerate Green Lightning laughed sinisterly. He could not be bothered to care whether Long Chen was trying to save face or was deliberately mystifying things. Directly making a move would determine the victor and life and death. If Long Chen's strength was ordinary and he was just pretending to be mysterious, he really did not mind sending Long Chen to the next world. After all, having a useless person who might be a spy staying in the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace was indeed troublesome. He hated troublesome things. Tai Greenwood Thunderbolt Art. Order Grade Boundless Divine Art. He had cultivated Order Grade God's spiritual energy. Under Holy Venerate Green Lightning's control, large areas of the starry sky were suppressed by him. Right now, his entire body was enveloped in a green lightning ball. Countless green lightning bolts extended in all directions. Although they were lightning, they looked very similar to tree branches and roots. Therefore, Holy Venerate Green Lightning should have two types of laws. One was lightning, and the other was wood. Endless Greenwood Lightning Web. Holy Venerate Green Lightning decisively made his move. The moment he made his move, all the deities were in an uproar. They screamed and were shocked. Clearly, this law was something that Holy Venerate Green Lightning was extremely famous for. Release. He opened his hands, and countless tree-shaped lightning webs shot out from his fingers. In the blink of an eye, they swept through the starry sky. It was as if there were billions of whips entangled in his hands. For a moment, green lightning lit up the world, alarming trillions of lives. Long Chen was surrounded by endless green lightning. Collect! There was a deafening roar. The endless lightning net contracted, trapping Long Chen within. In the blink of an eye, he was about to be completely crushed by the endless greenwood lightning net. Saint Venerable Green Lightning's attack was tyrannical, ferocious, and even cruel. If his attack landed on the Builderwood Holy Tree, it would clearly annihilate all life in its path. "Will you die?" Saint Paragon Green Lightning smiled sinisterly. Under his control, the power of the endless greenwood lightning net became even stronger. Long Chen felt like he was trapped in a green lightning tree, and then he exploded. What a terrifying Holy Venerate Azure Lightning! The power of this law had already awed the gods, causing them to revere and fear the green lightning's sacred venerate even more. It was just that during this, Long Chen remained calm and focused. Because a divine dragon was too obvious, he decided not to revert to his true form for a long time. He would fight in his human form. At this moment, he didn't have a suitable destinable divine weapon with him. Therefore, he had to use Lingxi's Lingsu twin swords. It was worth mentioning that Lingxi had already become a god king. Even if she didn't participate in the battle, she could still communicate with Long Chen through the 3 lifetimes emotions thread. Both of them were at the god king realm. Long Chen could rapidly use a huge amount of power. He could even use Lingxi's characteristics. When he used the Lingsu twin swords, the power he could erupt with was truly terrifying. Time rupture. 2 swords soared into the sky. Swish. Invisible sword light towered into the sky. One sword light pressed toward Saint Venerable Green Lightning's position, while the other sword light directly tore a hole in the endless greenwood lightning net. Long Chen rushed out from the hole in a flawless manner. He easily dodged Saint Venerable Green Lightning's law that was filled with killing power. At the same time, the other sword light also directly threatened Saint Venerable Green Lightning. What kind of law is this? Saint Venerable Green Lightning dodged Long Chen's time rupture with great difficulty. His previously mocking expression finally turned serious. This sudden reversal had shocked many. Now, all the deities were looking at the two of them in astonishment. The first exchange could only be considered as a probe, but it was already sufficiently spectacular. He used 2 sword moves just now. What kind of law is that? It's actually so mystical. It's truly unimaginable. Did Saint Venerable Green Lightning meet a formidable opponent? Honestly speaking, just these 2 sword moves were enough to shut the mouths of all the deities who looked down on Long Chen. Naturally, they were hoping that Saint Venerable Green Lightning could kill Long Chen in a single move. But it was clearly impossible now. Yu Yan was about to cheer when she discovered that Long Chen wasn't dead yet. She couldn't help but frown unhappily. Saint Venerable Green Lightning might just be testing his strength and didn't truly attack. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to block it. This was what she believed. In her heart, there was no one who could be his opponent. Moreover, there would be a day when he would become the ruler of the Builder Tree race, or even the ruler of the Builder Tree Holy Tree. Yu Yan also believed that her beauty could keep him here. But at this moment, everything turned silent. Saint Venerable Green Lightning recovered from his shock. His gaze turned solemn as he said, "I've underestimated you. Underestimating is a great taboo. I won't make such a low-level mistake. Next, I'll bet my life on this. Whatever you want, I'll accompany you to the end." Long Chen smiled faintly. His calmness made Saint Venerable Green Lightning feel like he was facing a great enemy. Long Chen understood in his heart that he was different from other silk pants. He might appear arrogant on the surface, but he was actually ruthless and cautious in his heart. If not, the 5 Empyreans weren't fools. They definitely wouldn't have nurtured him like this. By doing so, they most likely wanted the Phoenix race to look down on Saint Venerable Green Lightning. Only he understood that the boundless greenwood lightning net earlier wasn't easy to deal with. "You've just arrived, so you naturally don't know about our life tree." Saint Venerable Green Lightning grinned. He suddenly stretched out his hand, and a boundless life force vibrated on his palm. Under the green lightning, his face flickered with a green light. "Our life tree is our strongest combat strength, and also the greatest respect we give to our enemies." He didn't forget to remind Long Chen that he was still considered a gentleman. Life tree, that's the Thunder Holy Tree, equivalent to an orderly grade fortune divine artifact. Today, their horizons had truly been broadened. Many legendary items had appeared. On the other hand, the 5 Empyreans' expressions turned solemn as they discussed in secret. They were roughly estimating Long Chen's value. Up until now, Long Chen was still a mystery. Of course, they were very confident in the disciples they had nurtured. In order to numb the Phoenix race, Saint Venerable Green Lightning had always had a disgusting image. But the 5 Empyreans knew that with his ruthlessness and decisiveness, he could definitely become a cold-blooded ruler and open up a new world for the supreme tree human race. At this time, a small tree wrapped in lightning had already appeared in Saint Venerable Green Lightning's hand. It was indeed a tree, and it also contained boundless power. It was the life force of trees, the tearing power of lightning. The power of a single tree was equivalent to Saint Venerable Green Lightning. "Fuse." Saint Venerable Green Lightning sneered. Right in front of Long Chen, he fused that life tree, the Thunder Holy Tree, into his chest. Looking at its position, it simply overlapped and fused with the World Tree. Miraculous! Long Chen was truly dumbfounded. He had somewhat underestimated this Saint Venerable Green Lightning. His strength wasn't just a bit stronger than Empress Myrtlestar and the others. That Thunder Holy Tree, equivalent to an orderly grade fortune divine artifact, had completely fused with his World Tree. This wasn't just the fusion of 2 trees, it was the complete fusion of 2 different kinds of energies. Saint Venerable Green Lightning's bloodline and strength were both guaranteed. His body was undergoing intense changes. With a loud explosion, what appeared in front of Long Chen wasn't just a person, but a massive tree completely formed from azure lightning. Every leaf was formed from tens of thousands of lightning snakes. Every branch and root was made of thick blue lightning bolts. The massive tree trunk was simply like an azure lightning divine dragon, vigorous and powerful. Dragon. Saint Venerable Green Lightning didn't just turn into a tree, causing Long Chen to be shocked. That tree trunk was actually like a dragon, causing Long Chen to be even more shocked. "Big brother, this fella might have been arranged to be together with the origin dragon soul of the spirit dragon since he was young, and he might have been influenced by it. That's why he ended up in his current state after fusing with the life tree." Yang Lingqing reminded. "So that's the case. Seems like he's the one who had the most contact with the so-called Builder Tree Saint's soul." At this moment, the thunderous Saint Venerable Green Lightning had already charged over once more. This time around, he had countless branches and leaves. Every single branch and leaf was like a blade or an arm. He had tens of thousands of arms. In front of this tree, Long Chen was simply as tiny as an ant. Greenwood Thunder World. The killing move descended. The various deities exclaimed once more. This was the strongest form of Saint Venerable Green Lightning. Even if the 5 heavenly lords were to face him in this state, they would definitely frown. There was no need to even mention Long Chen. Countless leaves, roots, and branches intertwined together at this moment, shrouding Long Chen within a completely sealed world. Every single one of them was made up of endless thunderbolts. The moment the world was sealed up, Long Chen seemed to have entered the territory controlled by Saint Venerable Green Lightning entirely. This was just like a brand new world that had separated Long Chen from his original world. His surroundings were filled with dense walls of thunderbolts. There was no way he could escape. That green thunderbolt was twisting like a snake. Gradually, many array diagrams appeared on it before it started shrinking. It was as though it wanted to squeeze Long Chen into dust. In truth, this was somewhat similar to the endless greenwood thunderweb from before. But in truth, after turning into a Thunder Saint tree and forming a brand new world, its power had risen by far too much. Back then it was just a test. But now, it was a crisis of absolute annihilation. If Long Chen couldn't defend against it, there was even a possibility of him being annihilated. So vicious. Long Chen could not help but widen his horizons. The infinite worlds were a battlefield as well. Against this shrinking world, he wielded the Ling Su dual swords in his hands. Facing the danger, it was time for him to go all out. It had been 5 years since he had a decent battle. This time around, he could finally have a good time. Chapter 2791. It was rare for such a large-scale battle to occur near the Builder Tree and Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace. Such a large-scale battle was naturally a battle between rulers. However, ordinary citizens might recognize Holy Sovereign Green Lightning, but they definitely didn't recognize Long Chen. In the starry sky, Saint Venerable Green Lightning had transformed into a lightning holy tree. All his branches and roots formed a world that trapped Long Chen. The lightning and thunder contracted, wanting to tear Long Chen into pieces. For a moment, all the deities couldn't help but clamor at the scene. Long Chen, on the other hand, was excited. Now, he was also mobilizing Lingxi's and his own energy. When the primordial divine dragon's heavenly tribulation origin energy fused with the elemental immortal origin energy, a new kind of energy was born. It had the characteristics of a dragon and the purification of the elemental immortal origin energy. Heavenly punishment. The Lingsu dual swords. The heavenly punishment used by the two swords was different. This part of the spirit sword had fused with the soul-shattering sword Qi, making it even more difficult to resist. It shot straight at the heart of the rules, the primordial spirit. As for the white sword, it had fused with the slaughter god sword Qi, making it even sharper, more ferocious, and possessed a violent destructive power. The two heavenly punishment swords of the judgment law shot towards Azure Lightning Saint Venerable. He completely ignored the lightning around him. This was a very desperate way of fighting, and it was very likely that both sides would be heavily injured. What kind of rule is this? The 5 Empyreans and the other powerhouses were stunned. Before, Long Chen's time laws were already very profound, and it was difficult to distinguish them in a short time. And now the karma laws were the same. Whether it was time rupture or heavenly punishment, they were both very profound laws. It was normal for ordinary gods to not be able to distinguish them. Rip. The god-slaying sword Qi was the first to touch the greenwood lightning realm. Bang bang bang. The branches and leaves of the holy lightning tree broke one after another. Most importantly, these branches and leaves were a part of Green Lightning Holy Venerable's body. Do you think I'll back off with this kind of mutually destructive method? Holy Venerable Green Lightning laughed heartily. He was going all out against Long Chen. The Greenwood Lightning world continued to shrink. He completely disregarded the power of heavenly retribution. Who wants to fight you to the death? I want to defeat you. Long Chen was too small. The other party thought that heavenly retribution was just that. The true sky execution would only be activated when the other party's branches and leaves were chopped off. Previously, it was only the power of the god-slaying sword Qi. In the next instant, the heavenly retribution erupted, triggering the power of Saint Venerable Green Lightning's body. It took shape and instantly engulfed his entire body. Gold and black dragons destroyed everything in their path. Saint Venerable Green Lightning's lightning tree body began to explode from within. Boom! All the gods could clearly see Saint Venerable Green Lightning cry out in pain. The Greenwood Lightning world exploded, and his entire body exploded. Even the trees looked very miserable. This time, They were utterly defeated. Of course, this was only the beginning, because a part of Long Chen's heavenly retribution was still in the spiritual sword. Immediately after, his sword pierced through the greenwood lightning realm and stabbed the lightning holy tree. Scram! Green lightning Saint Venerable roared and sent Long Chen flying, giving him a certain degree of impact. But to be honest, this kind of injury could be easily resolved by Long Chen's flame of life. But Green Lightning Saint Venerable, who had been struck by heaven's punishment twice in a row, wasn't so lucky. Long Chen's sword had fused the power of the heavenly retribution into the soul-shattering sword Qi. It only targeted the primordial spirit. Ah! After forcing back Long Chen, Green Lightning Saint Venerable screamed again. In the starry sky, the greenwood lightning world had completely shattered. The leaves formed by Green Lightning Saint Venerable's lightning continued to dance, tearing apart the layers of space. The dual attacks of the physical body and primordial spirit had caused Green Lightning Saint Venerable serious injuries. Long Chen's rule had indeed suppressed the other party. How is this possible? Looking at the relaxed Long Chen and the defeated Green Lightning Saint Venerable, all the gods widened their eyes in disbelief. Green Lightning Saint Venerable had never been defeated before. Even against other Saint Venerables, he would at most be on par. But today, he was actually being suppressed by this foreign god? Even the 5 heavenly venerables were silent at this moment. One had to know that Green Lightning Saint Venerable was the blood and sweat of the 5 of them. Although they had a slight premonition, they still found it hard to believe that their blood and sweat would be defeated just like that. The one who couldn't bear it the most was Yu Yan. He actually lost. In her heart, although Green Lightning Saint Venerable had a bad reputation, he had always been flawless in terms of strength. This was what Yu Yan worshipped about him. Every time she thought of it, she would feel incomparably excited. But now, he was actually crying out in surprise. She couldn't believe her eyes. This was actually real. You admit it. Long Chen cupped his hands together and smiled. No, it's not over yet. What surprised Long Chen was that this fellow's vitality was truly strong. It seemed like his wood attribute was somewhat similar to the power of life. It was very resilient, and the power of heavenly punishment was actually suppressed by this lifelike rule. Of course, at this time, Green Lightning Saint Venerable was still injured. Within the Thunder Sacred Tree, 2 eyes of thunder suddenly opened. Green Lightning Saint Venerable roared. He didn't dare to fail and erupted once again. This time, he was putting his life on the line. Clearly, he wasn't willing to accept this first defeat in his life. To him, his life was destined to be eternal and undefeated. You are very strong. But, you've met me. Green Lightning Saint Venerable's low roar caused the gods to revere him. They all approached the 5 heavenly venerables, worried that they would be injured by Green Lightning Saint Venerable in this state. In truth, Green Lightning Saint Venerable rarely displayed this state. Rule eruption. Eternal inextinguishable lightning soul. This was definitely the deepest rule of a god king. Relying on the power of his life tree and his own body, the Thunder Sacred Tree underwent a huge change in an instant. The countless branches, leaves, and roots actually combined to form a huge thunder array diagram. The tree trunk was like a swimming dragon, swimming within this thunder array diagram. Annihilation array. Once the green lightning formation was formed in a short period of time, it would definitely be a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. There was a high chance that it would even affect the lives of the common people. Empress Myrtle Star and Empress Qingshu would definitely not be able to use laws of such destructive power. This was also the reason why Holy Sage Green Lightning was so powerful, and why he was so proud of himself. Turn to ashes. On the green thunder array diagram, countless thunderbolts began to explode, vaguely forming a divine dragon made of thunder. Will it? What made Green Lightning Saint Venerable uncertain was that in the face of such a killer move, Long Chen didn't bat an eyelid. He just smiled normally. But at this moment, he was different. His eyes had begun to change. It's that move. Below, Sovereign Emu's eyes widened. He had been defeated by Long Chen's eyes. In his divine kingdom, Wan Qing also revealed a look of yearning as he watched this scene. He can actually fight Green Lightning Saint Venerable. He's too strong. Then, what was Long Chen going to do? It was very simple. It was just the Destiny Heavenly Eye and the Heart's Eye of Wishes. But in truth, this was practically his strongest combination. Don't be fooled by Green Lightning Saint Venerable's momentum. When Long Chen used the Destiny Heavenly Eye, that white beam of light instantly pressed down on Green Lightning Saint Venerable. Green Lightning Soul's current setup was directly suppressed, and the eternal inextinguishable Lightning Soul instantly dimmed. This was the feeling of fate being changed. What's going on? Green Lightning Saint Venerable was horrified. It was yet another strange rule. Such opponents that couldn't be guarded against were the most terrifying. When the opponent could even suppress his output, he couldn't help but panic. He looked at Long Chen in horror, especially at those two white eyes. Heart's Eye of Desire. Swish! Another white beam of light rushed into his vision. This was the power of the rule. In that instant, Green Lightning Saint Venerable withdrew the power of the eternal inextinguishable Lightning Soul, causing him to give up resisting. In the next instant, Long Chen appeared in front of him. His hands turned into dragon claws and instantly pierced into Green Lightning Saint Venerable's tree-like body. If Long Chen was willing, he could totally use Blood Devour to devour this guy. To be honest, even if Green Lightning Saint Venerable had fused with his natal tree, the Boundless Divine Technique, and the Thunder Sacred Tree, this guy still wasn't his match. You've lost, Long Chen repeated. Green Lightning Saint Venerable felt the threat of death. Everything that happened just now was too strange. He couldn't come back to his senses for a moment. Even the gods below were the same. They were confused and extremely shocked. Not many people could guess this result. However, everyone understood that this time, Long Chen had truly defeated their genius, Green Lightning Saint Venerable. Green Lightning Saint Venerable withdrew his natal tree and returned to his human form. After experiencing this battle, his face was a little pale. According to Long Chen's estimation, this guy would definitely hate himself after being defeated and wouldn't be able to take it. However, Green Lightning Saint Venerable's mental endurance was much stronger than he imagined. He suddenly laughed and said, "Brother Yang Chen is really amazing. I, Green Lightning, am completely convinced. That's right. I'm not your match. You're slightly stronger than me. Impressive, I'm impressed." Being able to accept it so easily meant that he was definitely not as ruthless and tyrannical as he appeared on the surface. His true nature was dark and cunning. Those frivolous acts were obviously just an act. It was over. Many of the Jianmu gods couldn't accept the result of this battle. They looked at the return of Long Chen and Green Lightning Saint Venerable in shock. Although the two parties involved had already started to laugh and chat, they still felt like they were dreaming. Especially Yu Yan, she was waiting for Green Lightning Saint Venerable to easily defeat his opponent and then bring her along. The 5 heavenly venerables looked at each other. They seemed to have an idea in their hearts. Brother Yang Chen is indeed the strongest person in the world. He's indeed extraordinary. Green Lightning, you can't be spoiled anymore. You must learn well. Chapter 2792. Yu Yan's heart was heavy. Just as Sacred Venerable Green Lightning was about to bring Long Chen into the Builderwood Divine Celestial Palace, she quietly walked over to Sacred Venerable Green Lightning's side. She looked at Long Chen with some animosity and said to Sacred Venerable Green Lightning, "Big Brother Green Lightning, I." Green Lightning Saint Venerable glanced at her and said, "Go to the side. Can't you see that I'm busy?" Yu Yan's heart immediately felt uncomfortable. Just a moment ago, he was still hugging her and saying all sorts of good things. Why did he suddenly change his attitude? Could it be because Long Chen defeated him, causing his heart to suffer a setback? Although he appeared to be happy, his heart was still tormented? "In my heart, you will always be the strongest," Yu Yan anxiously said. "Didn't I tell you to go to the side?" Green Lightning Saint Venerable was suddenly angered. His green eyes flickered with lightning. But since they were in public, his anger only lasted for a moment. He immediately suppressed it and said, "You go back first. I still have something important to do. I'll come find you at night." Yu Yan was frightened at first, but the words of Green Lightning Saint Venerable calmed her down a lot. She quickly ran away happily. Not long after, she saw Wan Qing standing in front of her. Her mood immediately turned bad. After all, she was already very uncomfortable with Green Lightning Saint Venerable's defeat. She directly wanted to walk past Wan Qing and leave. "Yu Yan, repent before it's too late. Don't destroy everything you have," Wan Qing said with a hoarse voice. "I said, it's impossible between you and me. Don't be an alarmist. He's not as bad as you think. What's impossible? How long have we been together since we were young? Wan Qing couldn't imagine that she would become like this. So what? Yu Yan glanced at him and quickly entered the Builderwood Heavenly Palace, leaving Wan Qing alone in the wind. Tears couldn't help but flow down. He squatted on the ground and trembled. His mind was filled with Yu Yan's last words. The more he thought about it, the more painful it was. We experienced so many things together, but in the end, we only got one sentence. So what? If only I had Yongchen's power and could defeat Green Lightning the Saint. Sovereign Emu was not far away from him. He pulled Wan Qing up, and when he saw that his disciple had completely lost his will to fight, he shook his head and said, "Calm down for a while, and you'll understand. This has nothing to do with fate. The main thing is that you're persevering for someone who isn't suitable for you. The future is still long. Who can be sure what will happen in the future?" Wan Qing nodded blankly. Actually, he didn't listen. At this moment, Heavenly Venerable Huangmu announced, regarding today's battle and Yongchen's existence, no one is allowed to spread the news. If the Phoenix clan finds out, or if I find out who leaked the news, I'm sure everyone knows what the punishment will be. The gods immediately trembled in fear and shut their mouths. Brother Yongchen, this way please. Holy Venerate Green Lightning seemed to have completely forgotten about the previous battle. He became very enthusiastic, but there was a devilish smile on his face at all times, causing others to feel fear in their hearts. Of course, Longchen already knew what kind of person he was. Naturally, he wouldn't be afraid of someone who lost to him, but he still had some scruples. This was the Jianmu Sacred Tree, their territory. Next, the people who accompanied Long Chen were all heavenly venerates and saint venerates. They brought Long Chen into a glorious palace and invited Long Chen to sit down. Since Your Excellency Yang Chen is willing to help us, then we won't be unreasonable. After all, we do need Your Excellency's help. By possessing the Jianmu Sacred Soul, one can ensure the prosperity of the race, countless geniuses, and boundless providence. It's precisely because we have the Jianmu Sacred Soul that our human race has produced many geniuses over the past millions of years and has subtly suppressed the Phoenix race. Therefore, the Jianmu Sacred Soul is very important. So that's how it is. In fact, they didn't really know how to use the Origin Dragon Soul. Of course, they weren't the human race, so it was normal for them not to know that it was the Origin Dragon Soul. Actually, for a period of time, our two races have been fighting for the Jianmu Sacred Soul. It has been going on for countless years, and our two races have suffered countless deaths and injuries because of the Jianmu Sacred Soul, and we've even become weaker and weaker. This result isn't good for anyone, so our two races have agreed that every 100,000 years, there will be a Jianmu Sacred War, to determine the ownership of the Jianmu Sacred Soul. The side that wins the Jianmu Sacred War will have the Jianmu Sacred Soul for 100,000 years, and the other side is not allowed to snatch the Jianmu Sacred Soul for 100,000 years and break the rules. This was a good idea. As long as both sides strictly followed the rules, they could avoid many unnecessary deaths and injuries. Heavenly Venerable Huangmu smiled faintly and said, "This rule has been going on for a long time. Both sides have strictly followed it for millions of years, so you can see the peaceful state of the Jianmu Sacred Tree now. What makes our human race proud is that for nearly 2 million years, the Jianmu Sacred Soul has actually been on our side, and we have won the Jianmu Sacred War more than 20 times. This is unprecedented glory and glory. It's also because we have possessed the Jianmu Sacred Soul for more than 2 million years that we have a genius like Qing Dian, and there will be more in the future. So no matter how many Jianmu Sacred Wars there are, we absolutely cannot abandon the Jianmu Sacred Soul. We absolutely cannot let the Phoenix race hold it." Long Chen roughly knew what to do. He asked, "The next Jianmu Sacred War is about to begin, right?" Heavenly Venerable Huangmu nodded and said, "Recently, the atmosphere of the entire Jianmu Sacred Tree has been very tense. Actually, it's the calm before the storm. Because the Jianmu Sacred War will begin in less than half a year. Without you, we have about a 60% chance of winning. If you are included, we have more than a 90% chance of winning." Saying 90% is actually being polite. After all, we have to give our opponents some face, right? Everyone roared with laughter. Long Chen also laughed and said, "Heavenly Venerable, you think so highly of me? Then I'm very curious, what kind of form will this Jianmu Sacred War take?" Heavenly Venerable Green Lightning interrupted and said, "It's very simple. Our two races will each send 10 people. 10 for them and 10 for us. Our side's 5 heavenly venerables and their 5 saint emperors will definitely fight. Then, our side will pick the strongest 5 heavenly venerables from the 10 saint emperors, and they will also pick the strongest 5 from the phoenix race below the 5 saint emperors. Each side will have 10 people, and it will be a battle of attrition. Each side will send one person, and if they are defeated, they will die, or if they admit defeat. This will continue until one side's 10 people are defeated, and the other side will win. In the center, Heavenly Venerable Desolate smiled and said, "This is actually a long time ago. This rule tests the situation of our 5 heavenly venerables and 5 saint emperors. We have fought with them countless times, and in fact, we have one more." Apart from the heavenly venerables and saint emperors, the other martial artists are not very useful, but there are a few battles that can turn the situation around. Speaking of which, what I mean is, they don't understand you. When the time comes, I will arrange for you. If you can defeat at least 2 opponents by yourself, of course not one of the 5 saint emperors, you will be of great help to us. After all, even if we want to deal with a perfection realm god king, it will take a lot of effort. The Genmu Sacred War is very important, and it is basically a fight to the death. Heavenly Venerable Green Lightning sneered and said, "To be honest, they have lost more than 20 times in the Genmu Sacred War. If this continues, their race will be exterminated. So this time, their counterattack will be very serious. So, with your participation, we can give them a big surprise." Long Chen understood. It seemed that his role was very important. Then, at least before the Genmu Sacred War, he would be very safe, and he could use various reasons to get close to the Genmu Sacred Soul. Of course, he didn't care about the Sacred War. His only goal was to take away the Origin Dragon's soul. Of course, the other side would definitely have ulterior motives. After all, no matter what, he was also a threat to them. After the discussion, Heavenly Venerable Green Lightning arranged a place for Long Chen to stay. "From now on we are brothers. If we can't live together, we will die together. I have finally found a peer who can surpass me. I welcome you to stay in my Genmu Sacred Tree. We brothers will trample the Phoenix race together. What do you think?" Chapter 2793. I'm really fucking amazing. That pair of eyes just glanced at me, and my eternal inextinguishable electric soul collapsed. I was the one who caused it to collapse. Also, that sword strike just now only broke a few branches of the lightning holy tree, but a wave of nomological power rushed in. I don't know what kind of nomological power it is, but it directly detonated my tiny greenwood lightning power source. Even I couldn't control it. Green Lightning Holy Venerate sat down with a gloomy face. The 5 heavenly venerates beside him were more amiable when facing Long Chen. However, their expressions were very solemn at this moment. "Disciple, can you tell what kind of nomological power he is using?" Northern Pole Heavenly Venerate asked gently. "Who knows? It's not just one. It might be 3 or 4. Every one of them is very mystical, especially when his claws pierced my body at the end. I felt like I was going to die at that moment. That must be a nomological power." The golden-haired middle-aged man, Eastern Pole Heavenly Venerate Golden Wood, said in surprise, "Since he's so powerful and he's so young, if he stays in our Builder Tree Sacred Tree, he will one day become a huge threat to us. Although we are all from the human race, he isn't one of us. It's better to get rid of him as soon as possible. It's too dangerous to make use of such a person. Besides the 5 of us, I'm afraid no one else in the Builder Tree Divine Celestial Palace can restrain him." They really hadn't expected Long Chen to be so tyrannical. "There's no need to be anxious. We still need his help in the Builder Tree Sacred War. How about this? Let's see how the Builder Tree Sacred War turns out. After we win, we'll get rid of him. He's useless to us anyway." In the end, Heavenly Venerate Desolate would made his decision. He was the oldest and had more than 10 million years of history than the other Heavenly Venerates. The other Heavenly Venerates also respected him. Green Lightning. Finally, Heavenly Venerate Desolate Wood looked at Green Lightning Holy Venerate. What? This was his first defeat, and even though his mind was calm, he still didn't feel too good about it. If he had been defeated by an Empyrean, that would have been fine, but he had been defeated by Long Chen. "Then I'll leave Yang Chen to you." Before the Genmu Holy Battle, Keep an eye on him. Report to us if he makes any moves. Our only goal is to make use of his strength and let him help us win in the Genmu Holy Battle. Also, I still suspect that he has his reasons for coming to our Genmu Holy Tree, so you better figure out what his real intentions are. You want me to lower myself and approach him? Is there a problem? No, I've already done so. But you have to promise me one thing. When it's time to get rid of him, I'll be the one to do it. Of course. Long Chen received the hospitality of the Genmu Holy Clan. He could move around in the Genmu Holy Palace and all the territories of the Genmu Holy Clan. Wan Qing was sent to be a guide to introduce everything to Long Chen. But these days, Long Chen rarely left the Genmu Holy Palace, and even rarely left his residence. If he went out and met other gods, they would respectfully call him Saint Venerable Yang. This was their way of addressing him. It represented that Long Chen's status was the same as the 10 great Saint Venerates. Because he had defeated Green Lightning Saint Venerable, thousands of Genmu Holy Clan actually respected him. Except for Wan Qing. Over the past few days, he had spent most of his time at Long Chen's place, waiting on Long Chen. Most of the time, he had been standing there in a daze, not saying a word. His eyes had dimmed, and he was immersed in his own pain. How about it? Do you want to kill him? Long Chen stood beside him and said softly as he looked ahead. No. Wan Qing was startled and said, Saint Venerable Yang, don't talk nonsense. You'll kill me. However, the most important matter was the origin dragon soul. Now that he had stepped on the land of the Builder Tree Divine Palace, he could vaguely feel the ground shaking. Clearly, there was something below. If I want to take away the origin dragon soul, I have to move the Builder Tree Divine Palace away. This destinable artifact is controlled by Heavenly Venerable Desolate, and all the gods are inside. It's impossible to move it away unknowingly. Therefore, for the time being, he didn't have any ideas. If he directly snatched it, it would be too dangerous. After all, there were 5 Heavenly Venerables, 5 Ultimate God Kings, and 10 Perfected God Kings. It would be very troublesome to escape. Looks like the only way is to make use of the conditions here to make us stronger within this half a year. If necessary, it won't be a problem to secretly kill a god. Long Chen made his decision. In the God Nation, the development of the entire human race was balanced. More and more experts were born, and the Dragon Emperor's batch of ultimate mystical dragons were also growing. After some time they would probably reach the God King realm. Mo Xiaolang was also infinitely close to the God King realm. Lingxi's progress was even better. She had started researching the 7th heavenly rule spiritual art. After she succeeded, she would probably reach the perfected God King realm. Of course, there were more interesting things around her, and that was the few plain lions. As Lingxi grew, they also grew stronger, and gradually gained some mystical powers. These cute little things would definitely be of great use in the future. Everything is ready. Once we get stronger, we can snatch the Builder Tree Saint's soul, and then we can leave this place quickly. As for getting stronger, he would have to wait for the right opportunity. About 10 days later, Long Chen had started to tour the Builder Tree Divine Palace. He had also walked around the entire Builder Tree Saint Tree. Everything of value here had probably been collected by the Builder Tree Celestial race, and he didn't find anything special. Green Lightning Saint Venerable had looked for Long Chen a few times, but it was all about some useless stuff. On this day, he came again, and he seemed to be in a good mood. He said loudly, Brother Yang Chen, I'm going to bring you on a hunt today. It's very interesting. You have to come with me. After all, you've been here for so long. You have to see those damned phoenix race, right? Hunt. Phoenix race, are we going to attack them? Long Chen asked, squinting his eyes. That's not all. Actually, I'm bringing you to experience it. You just have to follow me. Didn't we say that one day, the 2 of us will flatten the Phoenix clan? Today is the first time. Let's go. Phoenix race. Then he had to go to the Phoenix race's territory. If he stayed in the Builder Tree Divine Palace, although the origin dragon soul was right in front of him, Long Chen had no way of getting it. Unless he could get rid of the 5 heavenly venerables. Alright, let's go hunting then. Since he was with them, he had to abide by their rules. Green Lightning Saint Venerable had always been an annoying scumbag. If Yang Chen rejected him, it wouldn't be good for him either. Hence, he followed Green Lightning Saint Venerable and prepared to leave. Wan Qing, I heard that Yu Yan and you have been together for a long time. Why haven't you touched her? Green Lightning Saint Venerable suddenly saw Wan Qing. Wan Qing broke down again. His heart was filled with anger, but he didn't dare to vent it out in order to survive. He could only endure it bitterly. She's not bad. After such a long time, you can really endure it. I can't, haha. After mocking him for a while, Green Lightning Saint Venerable called Long Chen and left, leaving Wan Qing in a daze. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Do you dare to imagine that one day you will kill him? Suddenly, a sentence appeared in his heart. Who? Wan Qing held back his tears and looked around nervously. But there was no one around him. It's Saint Venerable Yang's voice. What does he mean? Wan Qing was bewildered as he stared in the direction where Long Chen disappeared. Long Chen didn't even turn back to look at him. At this moment, they had already left the Builder Tree God's celestial palace and were heading towards the territory of the Phoenix race. That fellow is truly a shameless fellow. Not only did he snatch someone else's woman, he even wanted to humiliate others. Such a person will never have a good ending. Yang Lingqing looked at Green Lightning Saint Venerable silently as she spoke in disgust. Just nice, I'm so close to entering the great circle of the God Monarch realm. Long Chen followed behind Green Lightning Saint Venerable. Their speed was extremely terrifying. Although the distance from the trunk to the crown of the Builder Tree was boundless, to God King experts, it was merely a matter of half a day. We're here. Ahead of them was a stretch of darkness. It seemed like countless continents were floating in the starry sky. Those were leaves. Chapter 2794. The phoenixes were all flying beasts. Therefore, no matter how weak they were, they could fly. The only difference was how high and how far they could fly. The phoenixes occupied the entire crown of the Builder Tree. They had countless branches and leaves. In fact, their territory was much larger than the Builder Tree race's territory. However, the phoenix's territory was scattered and not as stable as the Builder Tree race's trunk. Generally speaking, leaves would grow and wither. A leaf would live for hundreds of thousands of years. New leaves would appear and old leaves would wither. Therefore, for the phoenixes, migration was a common occurrence. That was why this world was so interesting. In the endless starry sky, there were layers upon layers of leaves like continents. At the same time, there were also phoenixes resting on the thick branches. There were also powerful phoenixes flying between the branches and leaves. This was a paradise for birds. What a magical world! Looking at this endless world of leaves, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. As they were about to enter the phoenix's territory, Long Chen couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid of being ambushed by the phoenixes? After all, if they kill you, it'll be much easier for them." Green Lightning Holy Sage smiled disdainfully and said, "Unless the 5 heavenly emperors attack together, it won't be easy to kill me. First, I won't go too far. Second, my teachers can save me at any time. Third, I have many life-saving methods. Most importantly, the phoenixes don't dare to kill me. If they do, a war will break out between the two races. Millions and millions of lives will be lost. They call themselves peace-loving. Now, there hasn't been a large-scale battle between our two races for tens of millions of years. They don't dare to break this precedent." Having said that, he smiled proudly and said, "Actually, this is the effect of the Builder Tree Sacred War. Ever since the Builder Tree Sacred War, there hasn't been a large-scale battle between our two races because the Builder Tree Sacred War can convince both sides. But the funny thing is that they haven't won 23 times in a row. For this Builder Tree Sacred War, they've been preparing for 100,000 years. Unfortunately, we have you this time. They'll lose 24 times in a row." After saying that, Green Lightning Holy Venerable turned into a bolt of lightning and charged into the territory of the Phoenix race while laughing heartily. He was going to find his hunting ground. Of course, if I hunt them, or if I kill over 100 million of them, they will only complain a little. At most, they will kill them back. Anyway, the lives of living creatures are too cheap. Think about it, if I die, a war will break out between the two races. But if I kill 100 million of them, they will only complain a little. My life is more precious than at least half of the lives of the human race." Sacred Venerable Green Lightning laughed evilly. His eyes, which were filled with lightning, were filled with an impact force. He feels so good about himself. But what he said is the truth. These gods who have been assimilated by the sky-swallowing clan don't care about living beings. Seems like it's not a good thing for me to assassinate this guy here. Even if I push the blame to the Phoenix clan, I'm afraid it'll bring disaster to the living beings on the Builder Tree. I'd better bear with it. Long Chen thought it through. Earlier on, Lin Fan had thought of devouring this Holy Lord Green Lightning. However, from the looks of it now, he couldn't do that. Otherwise, he would definitely bring about a great calamity. The hunt begins. Brother, let's play together. Sacred Venerable Green Lightning screamed and charged towards a leaf. The territory of that leaf was as big as the Divine Dragon Country. It was about the size of an emperor domain or an ancient city of the martial god. As he descended above the leaf, he could see that although it was a leaf, it wasn't much different from a real land. It was covered in dust. There were also mountains, rivers, forests, and plains. The trees were especially lush. They were all very tall, reaching into the clouds. The Phoenix race calls every leaf of the Builder Tree Sacred Leaf Continent. Then, they add a name in front of it to form the name of each Sacred Leaf Continent. For example, Thousand Snow Sacred Leaf Continent, Heart's Dream Sacred Leaf Continent. There are too many Sacred Leaf Continents on the Builder Tree. Moreover, Sacred Leaf Continents are often destroyed and new Sacred Leaf Continents are born. Every Sacred Leaf Continent has its Sacred Leaf Nest. It's where the experts of that Sacred Leaf Continent gather. He was going to watch him kill. Long Chen wouldn't kill innocent people. However, this was what Sacred Venerable Green Lightning was doing. Therefore, he was in a difficult position. Should he stop him? However, if he did, Sacred Venerable Green Lightning would definitely think that he was related to the Phoenix race. Long Chen knew very well that Sacred Venerable Green Lightning had brought him here with the permission of the 5 Heavenly Venerables. It was probably to test whether Long Chen was related to the Phoenix race. If Lin Fan stopped him, it would be very difficult to explain. While he was still pondering, Sacred Venerable Green Lightning descended in front of the Sacred Leaf Nest on the Sacred Leaf Continent. It was a colorful nest that was exquisitely built. It looked dreamy and illusory. It was like a crystalline gem that was very warm. It wasn't big, and there were about 1,000 phoenixes in it. There were no deities inside. They were basically at the Samsara Tribulation Eminence. This was the place where the strongest experts of this Sacred Leaf Continent gathered. Beasts of the Phoenix race. At this moment, Sacred Venerable Green Lightning chuckled. His expression was ferocious and crazy. His voice instantly caused panic. Many demon beasts in the Sacred Leaf Nest were preparing to escape. Sacred Venerable Green Lightning glanced at Long Chen and said, "Brother, make your move. Kill to your heart's content." After saying that, he waved his hand. A green lightning bolt with a diameter of several hundred meters descended from the sky. With a loud rumble, it struck the Sacred Leaf Nest. Pa, pa, pa. The Sacred Leaf Nest wasn't destroyed. Instead, over 1,000 bird demon beasts were entangled by the green lightning. For a moment, countless screams of despair came from below. It's Sacred Venerable Green Lightning. They recognized Sacred Venerable Green Lightning in despair. But it was already too late. Over 1,000 demon beasts screamed in despair and pain. In front of Long Chen, Sacred Venerable Green Lightning killed them and turned them into ashes. Long Chen watched these innocent people die with his own eyes. However, he still endured it. Life was indeed like this. There would be births and deaths at any moment. It was the same in the myriad worlds. Billions of people died at every moment. He couldn't stop it. This wasn't the world controlled by the 10 great ancestral dragons in the past. All lives were reincarnated. But now, the number of lives was decreasing. A large portion of the souls of these people who died would be absorbed by the gods and devils. This feels great. Let's do it again. Yang Chen, you too. Saint Venerable Green Lightning laughed heartily. This time he was going all out. He spread his arms wide with a malevolent expression on his face. In an instant, the entire sky of the Sacred Leaf Continent was covered with a green electric net. In an instant, the hundreds of millions of beasts in the sky screamed miserably. They knew that if this green electric net descended, the entire Sacred Leaf Continent would be destroyed. With a wave of his hand, he could destroy a continent. This was the might of a god. Come on, come on. Thunder exploded. producing endless roars. The entire sacred leaf continent was shaking. Over 100 million people were wailing in pain. Their terrified faces appeared in front of Long Chen's eyes. Everyone was screaming at the top of their lungs. Each of them had their own family and friends. Each of them was facing the fear of death. Long Chen thought of a sentence from Sacred Venerable Green Lightning. His life was comparable to half of the building wood human race. This wasn't arrogance. It was the truth. This was the rule of the world controlled by the sky-swallowing clan. The strong were everything. This damned thing. Yang Lingqing couldn't stand it anymore. Chen. Lingxi called out softly. Although Long Chen had nothing to do with the Phoenix clan, this was happening in front of her. Even if he was testing her, she couldn't tolerate it. Long Chen naturally knew what to do. There's no rush. Long Chen interrupted Sacred Venerable Green Lightning and said, "Don't touch these ordinary lives. There's no point in killing them. Let's go deeper and see if we can find any big fish." That's hunting. You're destroying them. This is very boring. What do you think? The big fish that Long Chen was talking about was naturally a god. If the destruction of a god could be exchanged for the survival of 100 million people, he would be more willing to accept it. You're right. This isn't a hunt. Haha, brother, you have better taste. I'm just a commoner. No wonder I can't beat you. Sacred Venerable Green Lightning removed the electric net and looked at Long Chen deeply. He smiled and said, "Then let's go and hunt the real big fish. If I don't catch a big fish today, I won't go back." It was obvious that Sacred Venerable Green Lightning was trying to provoke him and test him. On one hand, he had to obtain the Origin Dragon Soul. On the other hand, he had to protect the lives of innocent people. He had indeed given Long Chen a difficult choice. If he really forced Long Chen into a dead end, he didn't mind starting a war. First, he would devour Sacred Venerable Green Lightning. Then, he might be able to fight against the 5 heavenly venerables. Although it was a bit difficult, it wasn't impossible to start a massacre. Of course, he had no other choice. This sacred leaf continent could be considered a daunting experience. However, his panic still hadn't dissipated. "This guy is crazy," Yang Lingqing said angrily. "Don't worry, I'll take care of him," Long Chen said. Next, the two of them wandered around the sacred leaf continents. Big fish, come out quickly. This place is close to the Phoenix Nest, the place where the 5 Saint Emperors are. Hehe. After searching about 20 sacred leaf continents and finding no gods, Sacred Venerable Green Lightning was about to lose his patience. "When I find the big fish, I'll play with him and then kill him. Otherwise, we'll have wasted so much time looking for the big fish today." Sacred Venerable Green Lightning cackled. They passed through a sea of trees and finally saw a new continent. This sacred leaf continent is really big. When they got closer, Sacred Venerable Green Lightning's eyes lit up. He said in surprise, "I seem to have seen the big fish. Big fish, don't run away." In an instant, he crossed thousands of miles and appeared above the sacred leaf nest of this sacred leaf continent. With a slight control, he was able to restrict this place.